Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott
She's here.
and Commissioner Soto.
Here.
Thanks, Chair.
Cool. Thank you so much. All righty. Next up, we're going to move to public participation during working sessions. Members of the audience or online get 1 minute to address the board. Just a reminder, you get 3 minutes at our regular meeting. So 1 minute, and if anybody would like to come up and address the board for public comment, you may do so now. Anyone in the room? Anyone online? All right, moving on. Do we have a report from the county administrator?
No report.
Okay, do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison?
No report, Chair.
All right, we're going to move on to the Food Policy Council update. And I think, welcome. So I think, do we have both? Okay, cool. So, thanks so much for being here, Jay, right? Okay, thanks so much for being here.
Said that? That makes more sense. Okay, excellent. The Washtenaw Food Policy Council is a subcommittee of the Board of Commissioners. Apologies if you guys have heard this multiple times. We were established in 2012. We have 18 appointed members, so it's a pretty large council, and we span various sectors of the food system. The intent of designing the council in this way is to include a diversity of voices and perspectives when addressing food issues in our community. Oops, wrong way. There we go. And another interesting design for the Food Policy Council is these policy action teams. So you can see that the Food Policy Council, those 18 members, kind of, it's not hierarchical necessarily, but kind of underneath that structure are these policy action teams, which are made up, I like to think of it as like the boots on the ground part of the council. So it's made up of both council members and members of the community. These form and dissolve as issues arise and as committee interest and experience ebbs and flows. And last one, before I start talking about what we did in 2023, just a reminder that our council meets 6 times a year, so every other month for 2 hours. The policy action teams typically meet a little more frequently, maybe every hour. We are, the health department is our fiscal agent, and funds are appropriated from the budget to support stipends, a very, very, very part-time admin, and the funds needed to process all of that. All right, and so the fun part. 2023, the largest initiative we took on was a strategic plan update. We received a grant from the Michigan Local Food Council Network, which we used to hire a consultant who then helped facilitate and guide a strategic planning process. After an RFP, we hired New to fill that role, the nonprofit enterprise at work. And so one of their facilitators helped us run this strategic plan. The goals for this strategic plan were really designed from the feedback that we received from you all last year. And so our goals were to clearly define the purpose of the WFPC as an advisory council, identify a sustainable structure for achieving that purpose, update the WFPC priorities in our a policy action agenda, and strengthen relationships among the Food Policy Council members. So after a half-day meeting, which was held in person with virtual as an option, we came away with these priority areas of investing in relationships, advocating for policy, refining our scope, and promoting racial equity. Underneath all of those are a bunch of subcategories, but I spared you the details. These sorts of strategic plans are only as effective as the action then you put behind it. And so the executive committee took what we had talked about in our strategic plan and developed some action items to go along with the outcomes that were identified. There are many, but the 2024 action items that we've identified are to review and update our bylaws so as to increase accountability for our members. As they're written right now, we have a very generous absence policy and very little accountability for participation on those PATs. So hoping to improve that. Updating and consolidating the policy agenda items, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute. Setting the groundwork for conducting a community needs assessment. It's very hard to advocate for policy or educate legislators on any food-related policy if we don't know what's going on. And so that's the benefit of conducting community needs assessments. Identifying 3 to 4 priorities of a racial equity audit, which was held in 2023, which I'll get to. And also increasing the accessibility of our meetings by exploring other formats, times, and locations. Currently, we're held every other month, as you guys know. I guess I'll actually go into that one a little bit here because I don't have a slide for it later, but I think it is important, which is that right now, we are holding optional in-person meetings on the off months that we don't meet officially. There is quite a bit of interest among the council for making that an official change in which we'd meet every month. Where you guys would come in on that is when you update your budget, that would change how much is potentially allocated for us to account for increase in those stipends. So something to keep in mind. I'm not here to present on that today, but is part of how we're changing things. Hi, Kisa. All right, so the policy agenda items, these are created by the council and then brought to the Board of Commissioners on a regular basis as updated. We are undergoing an update process, mainly because if you look at this right now, it looks pretty overwhelming. And what we want to do is consolidate some of those items and really and prioritize them and potentially delete ones that just have no potential action associated with them. So we're working with Commissioner Hodge to adjust this. This is very much a work in progress. We've had one meeting so far to discuss. Some of those consolidation areas will focus around local food procurement, food waste management, municipal planning as related to food systems, and the food assistance programs. The low-hanging fruit that we've identified with Commissioner Hodge in this policy agenda is that county procurement, which was addressed like 2014. I think there was a local food county procurement policy written. So definitely needs updating, definitely needs new eyes on it. And so we're working with Commissioner Hodge to address that in 2024. The 2023, we did a racial equity audit. This was led by Kisa, who is our racial equity chair. She led a subcommittee, a subgroup of council members on a racial equity audit. The goal is to use the findings from the audit to really look at the county structure, or sorry, the council structure with member retention and recruitment and how we work in community. So next steps, as you can see here, are correlating that data, sharing out findings, and then identifying action. The WFPC went to Lansing. We go almost every year. But we met with these representatives that you see on the screen, some of which are former colleagues of y'all. We discussed some of the food security resources that have increased since COVID, and opportunities to reduce barriers for SNAP allocation. Just working with our state legislators to see what kind of levers they can pull, to, even though those are, a lot of that is like federally funded, working with our state legislators on any opportunities to reduce barriers for our residents. And also educated, we did not advocate, we educated on the Healthy School Meals for All initiative, which I'll talk about at the next slide. That was a policy win, in our opinion, and how the School Meals for All policy, I think was more on the budget side of things, but how it impacts our families and the food system. So related to Washtenaw school meals, there was a coalition that really got started from the American Heart Association, who used data to show that the benefits of guaranteeing a healthy meal for students at least one time a week. It's really sad to think that there are some students that is their one healthy meal a day. Sorry, I meant a day, not a week. But making sure that that is guaranteed regardless of if folks have money to pay for a meal that day. This increases purchasing power for schools, as you have more schools buying more food, increases the purchasing power for local and healthy food options. And this bill also, or the school aid budget, as it was written, address the debt that districts are holding from unpaid school lunches. So the WFPC joined this large coalition. The school aid budget got passed with this included, and now there's a Washtenaw School Meals Collaborative, and their main prerogative is to raise student awareness on this, raise teacher awareness, talk to food service directors on local food options as it relates to all this new purchasing that they'll be doing, and really like advocating and raising awareness. I'm almost done. The Food Sovereign Washtenaw initiative was started in 22, so I did report a little bit on it at our last annual report. But since that time, this group, which is part of the PAT, the Food Access and Nutrition PAT, really created a lot of created relationships and learned from our county conservation and our county conservation districts, who really have developed a lot of the groundwork for access of land for potentially and hopefully new beginning farmers, but also preserving some of that land through buy, protect, sell programs. So this group has developed some policy recommendations. This is not formal. This is not me coming to you and giving you a resolution by any means, but the things that they are thinking about are tax incentives for food producing land held in land trusts, expanding opportunities for community gardening and training, and land linking for BIPOC farmers specifically. All right, so that was 2023. We do have one slide that I want to bring up my colleague Kisa to talk about our community food assessment that we plan to conduct in 24.
Hello, good evening. How's everybody doing? All right, I'm really excited about doing this because it's been a while for us as a food policy council to come together and actually do food policy council work. One of the things that we do have to focus on is understanding what is going on in our local food shed everywhere. Because we have like 18 members. They represent all of Washtenaw County. We need to know what's going on in our food shed so we're able to support you in helping to make choices, things that are needed. So with the community food assessment, we plan on taking data from the health department and other secondary data so we can provide a base for a community snapshot. We also want to take further steps and host community conversations related to food needs. We're currently getting together a group to see like who actually wants to be a part of the planning team. So we're doing that in our working meetings in the evening. We are seeking funding and support to be able to hold these community conversations all across the county. So we're able to talk to different organizations and community members, because one thing that we are focused on being is creating deeper relationships, not only within the municipal space with all of you, but also on the ground in every community. Our end goal is to be able to inform policy for our local food system and bring this information back to make some recommendations, and also maybe put it in our policy action plan. Does anyone have like any questions or any thoughts or insights you'd like to give around community food assessments?
So we usually wait until the end, but do you have more, or do you want to,
No,
is it better for you to have questions answered now?
that's fine. We can wait to the end.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
We can wait. Okay, if you prefer it now, that we can do that too.
Okay, our goal with these community conversations is to have a food summit. A food summit is a tool and a function. We normally would give great, we normally had in the past had great, amazing summits, but due to COVID, and then we have like a big turn and change where everybody is pretty much new, and we want to make sure that we move on that good energy that we have. And a summit is a perfect place to have larger conversations.
And actually that is, that's the end of our presentation formally. Our email addresses are here for Kisa and myself, as well as the general email from the council. So now we can take.
Awesome. All right. Well, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I was really excited for this one, given all the work that you've been doing, particularly around the policy goals. So I'm excited to be able to continue working with you on that, and then getting a conversation with purchasing, and then narrowing that list down. And then to see that you guys you're already one of the more active subcommittees of the board, but that you added even more meetings, particularly in the evening, to try to make it easier for your whole group to come together. It's been really encouraging to see. And if you make that more of a formal thing, like you mentioned before, we would have a conversation about adjusting the stipend to accommodate for that. So thank you for the work that you're doing. It's all really exciting stuff. And I'm happy they're going to move forward on some of those goals. So when you give this presentation next year, not only will the list be shorter because some of the things aren't as relevant, but you'll have like a whole list of things that were accomplished this year.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone? Commissioner Robbie.
Always got something to say. Thank you, Chair. First off, thank you both for being here today. It's wonderful to see you. And I've known you, Jay, since 2010 or before even. I remember the first time I met you, I think was on a farm when you were working for a CSA.
Yep.
And came by to pick up that CSA, and you were there. That's how we first met. And all the work that you've done since then, I've just been so impressed. You're absolutely amazing. And really have appreciated, watching you grow and help our community in all the different ways that you have. So thank you for all of that work. And Kisa, I don't know you as well, but I'm happy to hear your presentation today as well. And I look forward to getting to know you and all the work that you're doing as chair of the food policy.
Yeah, I look forward to getting to know all of you.
Awesome. I just wanted to quickly say a couple things. I mean, this is wonderful to get this update. I mean, back in 2012, when I worked with Sharon Sheldon to get the Food Policy Council off the ground, we, had a vision, and you all have now helped that vision blossom into what it is now. And the work that you're talking about, and the work that you're doing in the community is exactly, what we had envisioned here. And as time goes on, I think the opportunities for you are endless, really. And the list of policy priorities that you have, I think some of the suggestions that you made are good. One of the things I was going to throw out is, I don't know, I think we used to do or maybe we didn't, maybe I'm just envisioning this as a good idea, but having sort of like a dashboard of like the priorities and like, are we making progress on this? Are we not making progress on that? And just sort of, showing that in the context of the policy proposal or the
good.
policy outline that you submit to the board.
Yes. Yeah, that was definitely a missing link that we identified when, especially during that strategic plan update, was like, there needs to be action associated with these. So a dashboard's a great idea.
And then the other quick thing I was going to say too, is you were talking about connecting with local farmers and stuff like that. One of the areas that I always thought was a good potential natural fit is, the work that we do through ALPAC, purchasing development rights. And we already partner with farmers to like help them stay in business. But, oftentimes I think those farmers are probably more focused on conventional farming, but I wonder if there's a partnership opportunity there to, work with county parks and ALPAC to kind of say, maybe even encourage people to, do more local, growing of commodities that you could sell locally, fruits, vegetables, that kind of stuff. That's the first thought that I had, and then I'll give you my second thought, which you can also react to in the context of that. Parks also has recently and over the last decade purchased a significant amount of farmland that we own, and it's parkland theoretically. It is parkland. It's parkland that the county owns that is either old field or like literally still farmed. And I think the county contracts for some of the farming activity that happens there. I think we still, contract with farmers to farm some of it. But that's another opportunity. I mean, why don't we contract with farmers to, help fulfill the vision and goals that the Food Policy Council has? So
yeah,
I think there's some conversations with Parks and ALPAC. I know Commissioner Light serves on ALPAC and Commissioner Scott and I serve on Parks, but could be some opportunities for partnership there to help guide that land. I mean, we have massive land resources that the county has and we continue to purchase every year. So.
Yeah, that's a great idea. This hasn't been a Food Policy Council initiative, but with my work with Extension, we developed a lot of markets for small farmers. And we're actually finding that now we need more farmers. Like they're becoming successful and they're growing more food, but now we have more buyers. So we need more farmers. I think one of the challenges is infrastructure needed for a small farm is so different than a commodity farmer who can have his neighbor get the tractor and then the implements and all of that fun stuff, but definitely a conversation that we want to have, especially as it relates to that grower commons work that the Food Access and Nutrition group is doing. So
great.
Yeah, we'll connect with you, Commissioner Light.
One other thought on that is, maybe this is me being too crazy, but similar to how St. Joe's has like a farm on site that they run, perhaps it would be worth, I don't know what the economics look like. You would know this, both of you would know this better than me, but what if the county were to invest in an enterprise of some kind that could, maybe we could have, hire a county farm manager to manage some of the farm resources that we have that could then put those fruits and vegetables into the local economy. Could be, I don't know if it could be self-sustaining or, maybe even be a revenue generator for the county. Maybe it could be an opportunity to partner with food gatherers. I don't know. But it could be worth considering. And maybe that's a policy proposal that if that's something you guys are interested in, maybe worth considering, because we have so much land resources that has, I think, the potential for that. Some of it, by the way, is programmed for restoration activities. So like, planting native plants, seeding it, that kind of stuff. But there's so much of it, and just coming from that world myself and knowing the finances behind how much it costs to so even at the Parks Commission table, I always bring up why are we buying all this farmland that we then have to switch over to native planting or park,
Mm.
programmable park space.
Mhm.
You know, when there's other, you know, land that we could be doing out there. But if we are buying that land to then reprogram towards farming and that we have some sort of a farm manager program
Mhm.
within the county that could, or even partnerships with local farmers to farm that land, that could
Mm.
be an excellent opportunity,
Yeah.
I think, for us.
Yeah, I
So
like it.
Yeah, that's,
should have
that's a great opportunity. The Ann Arbor Parks and Rec had that Buy Protect Sell, which maybe some of you are familiar with. Sure you know a lot about it. And they received, in my opinion, a decent number of applications. So the need and the desire is out there from farmers for more land to farm. So great. Thanks for that suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once, twice? All right, thank you so much. All right, next up, we have a presentation from Linda Edwards Brown on the Healthy Homes, My Affordable Healthy Homes proposal.
So, good evening, board.
Good evening.
First, I want to give you a very short history on Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. I am the president of the local chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority of Washtenaw County. And the reason that I stand before you is not because I am a housing expert. In fact, I am not a housing expert, but rather because Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated on both a national and a local level is very concerned with housing sustainability and affordability. So I would like to thank Commissioner Hodge for this opportunity to stand before you to talk about the Michigan Affordable Healthy Homes proposal and what you, we can do together to move that proposal forward. The Michigan Healthy Homes proposal is a set of recommended laws and funding investments that the Michigan legislator and Governor Gretchen Whitmer should consider passing. The proposal aims to build and renovate tens of thousands of homes, making them energy efficient, free of pollutants, and protective against extreme weather, which we know is a problem in Michigan. The homes built under this proposal will be high quality, affordable, safe, and actually comfortable for people to live in. The Michigan Affordable Healthy Homes proposal was initially presented by Resilient Homes Michigan in 2022. Resilient Homes Michigan comprises businesses, associations, nonprofit organizations, those specializing in housing, community development, economic development, clean energy, and human rights. While Governor Whitmer's budget has made a commendable start with around $400 million for housing retrofits, the need is far greater. Resilient Homes is advocating for more than $900 million for these upgrades, and the budget only includes about $10 million currently. The Michigan Affordable Homes proposal recognizes the urgency of this situation, and in their proposed budget, they're allocating $50 million for this purpose. The total investment is $1.650 billion. This investment will draw from the state of Michigan's general fund, the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, and current federal weatherization investments. Tell my students you always need a plan B.
It's okay, we can pause so we can fix that.
Okay, it's not moving. Here. So we all know that Michiganders are grappling with formidable hurdles in securing affordable and healthy housing. An independent study reveals that the fair market price for a two-bedroom rental in Michigan stands at $964. That would necessitate someone with a minimum wage job to work 2 full-time jobs to be able to afford that. And believe it or not, half of Michigan's renters and 14% of homeowners find themselves burdened by unaffordable housing expenses, defined as exceeding 30% of their actual income. We're working here. Now let's talk about the rising costs of utilities. So the cost of utilities continues to rise, not just in Michigan, but throughout the nation, putting additional strain on households already struggling to make ends meet. In Michigan, low and moderate income families are particularly affected, spending an average of 6 to 21% of their earnings on energy expenses. Now, this disproportionately impacts vulnerable communities, limiting their ability to allocate resources to other needs that are also essential. Furthermore, with the price of methane gas predicted to increase, housing costs are expected to rise by an alarming 50%, making it even more difficult for struggling households to cover these energy bills. Okay, we went way too far. There we go. So the collective carbon footprint of our residential, educational, and commercial spaces adds to Michigan's greenhouse gas emissions, comprising nearly 18% of the state's total output. A significant portion of Michigan's housing stock, approximately 2 out of every 5 homes on a standard block, dates back before 1960. These structures urgently require energy-efficient upgrades and remediation of toxins to align with modern sustainability standards. In addition, the prevalence of gas appliances in many homes in Michigan and in the nation exacerbates indoor air quality issues, particularly in homes that have gas stoves. These properties often experience elevated levels of nitrogen dioxide, surpassing average concentrations and posing health risks to the families that occupy these homes. Addressing these challenges is essential for fostering healthier, more sustainable living environments throughout the state of Michigan. So what is the proposal and what is the overview of that proposal? Resilient Homes Michigan, as I mentioned, is a coalition of businesses, associations, nonprofits, grassroots groups, and individuals like Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated who are concerned about the environment. Locally, members include Cherry Republic, which they have a store right down the street, Washtenaw Climate Reality, the Ann Arbor Office of Sustainability, Midwest Building Decarbonization Coalition, and Habitat for Humanity of Michigan. Investing in energy upgrades will yield significant returns, with every $100 invested translating into $300 in savings. I'll give you an example. Transitioning from a gas furnace to a heat pump has proven to be an effective strategy for reducing carbon emissions in a vast majority of U.S. households, extending to Michigan as well. In fact, embracing modern heating technologies, things like heat pumps and space heaters and heat pump water heaters, could lead to substantial savings for Michigan residents. It's estimated that about 39% of households in the state have the potential to collectively save a staggering $710 million annually on energy bills by adopting these energy efficient solutions. Addressing Michigan's pressing housing challenges requires the development of new, affordable, and low-income housing as a top priority. The total investment is $300 million from Michigan's general fund. The investment method would be an allocation to the Michigan Housing and Community Development Fund that's currently administered by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. This funding would complement existing federal programs and boost the availability of affordable housing in the state. Priority would be given to high and medium density development projects and communities that have reformed their zoning regulations to encourage multifamily and denser development. Improving the quality, safety, and affordability of existing housing is equally crucial. The investment, $953.9 million, coming from various state and federal funds. The method of investment would be the establishment of the Michigan Low Income Whole Home Retrofit Fund within the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. While Michigan already offers programs for low-income residents to make weatherization or safety improvements to their homes, many of these programs are limited in their scope. They often focus solely on energy upgrades or hazard mitigation, missing opportunities for substantial improvements that enhance residents' quality of life. The proposed Whole Home Retrofit Fund is a comprehensive solution. It tackles multiple housing issues simultaneously. It integrates energy upgrades with other necessary improvements, things like addressing leaks in one's roof before installing upgrades. This program ensures efficiency and effectiveness. It also streamlines the application process into a single program, so reducing the administrative barriers and increasing accessibility for those who need the support the most. So by investing in new housing development and retrofitting existing homes, Michigan can create safer, more comfortable, and more affordable housing options for its residents. If we look at the economic development opportunities, engaging and incentivizing contractors dedicated to fortifying homes against inclement weather should be at the top of the list. The total investment, $5 million, which would come from Michigan's general fund. The investment approach, to launch a groundbreaking pilot initiative that specifically targets weatherization contractors under the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. This $5 million pilot is designed to attract and retain new contractors and provide them with a platform to showcase their skills and to contribute to the completion of weatherization projects across our state. Community action agencies in Michigan have grappled with recruitment challenges within the weatherization program. But the state can optimize existing and anticipated weatherization funding streams by offering more flexible funding to attract and to retain workers. Cultivating and sustaining a skilled workforce in building and energy sectors is optimum. The total investment, $50 million allocated from the general fund. The investment strategy, administered through the Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity, this funding initiative would furnish grants supporting on-the-job training in construction and building sectors, catering to both single and multifamily housing projects. In addition, the program would provide resources for employee and employer retention efforts aimed at retaining apprentices and skilled labor. Of the $50 million allocation, $5 million would be dedicated to establishing a contractor decarbonization accelerator. This accelerator program is not just about educating contractors and builders on constructing energy efficient electrified housing. It's about fostering diversity and inclusion within the industry, with a commitment to prioritizing candidates and contractors from Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, ensuring that everyone has an equal opportunity to contribute to the sustainability of our state. What's the call to action? And that is why I stand before you to tell you that advocating for healthy, affordable homes extends far beyond mere living conditions. It's about fostering economic growth, building resilient communities, preserving the environment, and ultimately, it's about improving the quality of life for Michigan residents. This vision is the cornerstone of Resilient Homes Michigan Coalition. It's a powerful alliance that brings together industry leaders, housing advocates, human rights advocates, and environmental organizations, all united to their commitment to affordable, healthy housing for all. So whether you hold an elected position or you represent a business, an association, a nonprofit, a grassroots group, or whether you stand as an individual advocate, your commitment and your involvement is indispensable. Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated is a community-conscious, action-oriented organization drawing from decades of advocacy experience. And as such, we recognize that even the smallest action can lead to monumental change. So let's unite behind this budget and empower our legislators to implement policies that fortify communities across the state of Michigan. We're talking about quality of life issues here. Affordable housing ensures that individuals and families have a safe and a stable place to live, directly impacting their overall well-being and their quality of life. Housing conditions can significantly affect health outcomes. Affordable housing ensures that residents are not living in overcrowded or substandard conditions, reducing the risk of health issues such as respiratory problems, injuries, and mental health issues. Affordable housing allows individuals and families to allocate more of their income to other essentials, to things like healthcare, education, food. Access to affordable housing promotes vibrant and inclusive communities by providing opportunities for individuals from diverse backgrounds to live and to thrive together. This fosters social cohesion and strengthens community bonds, all of which are things that we not only need, but that we demand and that we want in Washtenaw County and in the state of Michigan. Stable housing enables children to attend school regularly and to focus on their studies, leading to better educational outcomes. And this can break the cycle of poverty and improve future prospects for individuals and for families. For 42 years, I worked for you as a member of the Washtenaw County Trial Court. And every day I saw what not having housing affordability can do to a family. At the point when I retired from Washtenaw County in 2020, I was seeing the fourth generation of families come through that court. I know that change is possible. I know that there is a will to change. I know that Washtenaw County is a leader when it comes to addressing issues of disparity. So I stand here to ask you to please put your support behind this initiative. Although there was a representative in both the House, Representative Chang, and in the State Senate who pushed this forward, there has been zero movement. And the only way for us to see movement is for people like you who have influence to say that this is something that you support and that you're willing to stand behind. You know, when I think about those children and those families who came through the court, I think about how smart they were and how, like you and I, they wanted the basic things in life, one of which is housing stability. And I saw kids living in homes the size of this room where the children were sleeping on the floor. And every other week, someone was hospitalized or going to the emergency room because they were suffering from some type of respiratory illness. So I appreciate your time. I am able to answer questions as best I can. Again, I am not an expert on this topic. I stand here because it is a topic that deserves and needs attention, and because I love this community. You know, in addition to working for the county, for the court for 42 years, I'm currently a trustee for Pittsfield Township, which is a wonderful place to live. But don't we want that for everyone in the county and everyone in Michigan? I believe that you do. And my ask is simply that you support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Hatch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation and for your service to Washtenaw County and Pittsfield Township. So I think the ask is really clear. It would be pretty easy for us, I think, to consider a resolution of support for the initiative. I don't know if you already have one of those. If not, we could put one together. I think that would be a reasonable next step for us, since we've made housing and homelessness one of the top priorities of the board. It's very clearly one of our top board priorities. So it's certainly something we could move on. And I really appreciated the pieces around weatherization. That's talked about a lot at the state level. I chair the Commission on Community Action, Economic Opportunity, which is they advise the bureau that oversees community action agencies. So it's a lot of conversation there about how do we get more funding for weatherization and what was here. So really appreciated this. And if there's not already a sample resolution we can use to support it, we can put one together.
Commissioner Hodge, before you leave this room tonight, I will have one for you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I mean, I might not leave this room until 1 a.m. So who knows? Oh, you know, we never know how it's going to go.
So thank you.
Well, you know, you and me, we could.
Anyone else have any comments? All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation and I look forward to the resolution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any items for future current discussion? No? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right. All in favor?
Aye. All right, well, welcome everybody to the May 15th Board of Commissioners meeting. Looking forward to having a great night here. Got a number of things to celebrate. But as always, we will get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise to join us in the pledge here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Bryce. Showtime, Bryce.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
That's true.
Thank you very much. All right, I know people are very eager to get to public participation, but we have a couple of items that we're gonna take out of order today to celebrate some folks here that are in the audience. We will first go to, well, we're gonna go ahead and have Commissioner Somerville do yours. Much going down. Please hold. Yes, it is already there. Please hold for Commissioner Somerville.
All righty, I'm going to read a resolution to recognize the ceremony at Highland Cemetery commemorating the service of Revolutionary War veteran Sergeant David Depew. Whereas Sergeant Depew was born on October of 1750 in Sussex, New Jersey, to Henry Depew and Sarah. Whereas Sergeant Depew was married to Polly Sarah McLean, had 5 sons and 2 daughters, and whereas Sergeant Depew fought at the Battle of Germantown on October 4th, 1777, where General George Washington unsuccessfully sought to drive British forces under the command of General Sir William Howe out of the nation's capital and then located in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The strategic ability displayed by General Washington during the battle impressed leaders in France and was a major factor in French forces joining the American war effort in 1778. And whereas Sergeant Depew and his wife Polly were early settlers in Washtenaw County and established a home in Ypsilanti before any modern development. And whereas Sergeant Depew died on July 4th, 1843 in Ypsilanti, Michigan at the age of 92. And whereas David Depew received a pension from 1818 to 1843 for his service, which ceased upon his death. And whereas in 1853, Congress passed an act to provide pension support to widows of the Revolutionary War veterans. Polly McLean, his wife, appeared at the Washtenaw County Courthouse to apply for a widow's pension, which she was granted. And whereas the Ypsilanti chapter of the National Society of Daughters of the American Revolution, the Sarah Coswell Angel chapter of the National Society of Daughters of the American Revolution, and the Huron Valley chapter of the National Society Sons of the American Revolution are beginning to commemorate America's 250th sesquicentennial. And whereas a ceremony will be held at Highland Cemetery, 943 North River Street in Ypsilanti, Michigan, on Saturday, June 15th, 2024, to commemorate the service of Sergeant David Depew. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners formally recognizes the ceremony hosted by the Ypsilanti chapter of the Daughters of American Revolution, the Sarah Caswell Angel chapter of the Daughters of American Revolution, and the Huron Valley chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution at the Highland Cemetery to celebrate and commemorate David Depew's service, which is part of our country's and nation's history. Right, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, sure. I just want to we want to thank the commission for passing this resolution as well as the previous one you did for, in Celine for Waldron and Archibald Armstrong. We're doing these throughout the 250th period leading up to the period all the way up to the anniversary of Yorktown. So 2026 to 2031. So we have about 20 patriots that are buried in Washtenaw County that are Revolutionary War veterans. So we're hoping to mark all of them during that period. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a picture. Go ahead. Take a picture there. All right, thank you very much. Anybody have comments as they are trying to swiftly leave us here? Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. All right, this next one's it's a tough one. I'm gonna call Clerk Kestenbaum to the podium.
Good evening. I'm here to commemorate one of the stars of my office, who is unfortunately going on to, unfortunately for us, fortunately for him, moving on to bigger and better things. And I will read the resolution. Had I written this resolution, it would probably have been significantly longer, but I will confine myself to the words of the resolution. Resolution expressing appreciation for Edward Golombieski for his service to Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, whereas Ed Golombieski has served in the Washtenaw County Clerk Register of Deeds Office as Chief Deputy Clerk Director of Elections since 2012. Mr. Golombieski has been a tremendous asset to the county clerk's office as well as to the county organization, the state of Michigan, and to our community. Whereas in his role as Director of Elections, Mr. Golombieski has successfully executed dozens of elections and it helped ensure smooth operations, access, and transparency for Washtenaw County voters. Whereas Mr. Golombieski has made significant improvements in the county clerk register of deeds and the county as a whole in his roles as chief deputy clerk, representing the office as department head chair, department liaison to numerous committees, and most recently as Washtenaw County Employee of the Year. And whereas Mr. Golombieski will be pursuing a new opportunity with the United States Election Assistance Commission as a senior subject matter expert, where he will assist election administrators and communities across the country in organizing accessible and secure elections. And whereas under Mr. Golombieski's leadership, Washtenaw County has experienced increased turnout, more robust voter outreach, and the successful implementation of early voting countywide. Whereas the Washtenaw County Clerk's Office is recognized as a thought leader in the Michigan elections community, a reputation made possible through Mr. Golombieski's tireless dedication to providing good government and free and fair elections. And whereas Mr. Golombieski has made a profoundly positive impact on his community, coworkers, and all those with whom he has interacted. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby honors and expresses sincere appreciation to Edward Golombieski for his service and dedication to increasing election security, transparency, public access, department community outreach, and ensuring the smooth operation of government in Washtenaw County. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. I'll be very brief. It has been nothing but an absolute honor to have served the constituents of Washtenaw County for the past really 19 years. I got my start in Pittsfield Township, moving over to Ypsilanti City, and then ended up here 12 years ago. So my run at the county is 12 years, but it's been about 20 in local government here, specifically in Washtenaw County, which makes leaving local government here in Washtenaw County all that more difficult. But this is I think this is a good opportunity, and I leave the office in fantastic hands. The team in the clerk registrar's office is fantastic, and we'll continue the good work that we have accomplished over the past 12 years, and we'll do so into the future. So it's been an absolute pleasure to work with all of you on the board, and thank you so much for this honor. I really appreciate that. Larry, it's been an absolute honor to work with you. You have a ton of integrity, and it has been my absolute pleasure to be able to be a part of that manifestation in the clerk registrar's office. So thank you again. My family's here tonight, so thanks very much for their support. Amelia, Henry, and June. And for everybody else in the room, thank you very much. I will miss all of you. I'm not going far, though. We'll continue to live here in Ann Arbor, and I will surely see you in the relatively near future. So and Andy at the pool. We're both members of the neighborhood pool, so I'll see him down there. All right.
All right, don't go run it off because I know people want to say things. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to Commissioner Labar.
Chair, I want to appreciate you not letting Ed off the hook. Thank you. Ed, real quick, I know you are not somebody for grand pronouncements, but I will say, one, congratulations. It is always good to see good people get great opportunities, particularly when they've worked as hard and as well as you have to have those opportunities. But I do want to say very quickly, if you don't recognize the Eds of the world, you will lose them. And if you lose them, you'll miss it at the last worst possible moment. And I think we've seen in this country over the last coming up on 10 years now, the importance of the civil service, and particularly the importance of the franchise, and the fact that people like you on the front lines day in and day out make that that exercise of that right a possible part of our lives and a routine part of our lives. And I would even venture, Ed, you may oppose me privately, I would say that voting is not always thought of as the most exciting process in the world, but it's really important. And you, Ed, have made it important here and trustworthy and accessible here in Washtenaw County. And you are a remarkable civil and public servant. We're better off for having you here as long as we did. We welcome you when you do come back, if that's in the cards. But above all, Ed, we appreciate you so much. You are a good egg in every sense of the word. Congrats.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robbie.
You got the Andy Labar good egg designation. That's pretty good right there.
It's like the Oprah Book Club seal, right? If you get the good egg from Andy, it means something.
The Andy Labar good egg designation. I just wanted to say a few words. I guess my only interaction with you outside of work was also in a pool setting, but floating down the lazy river at Rolling Hills Water
Forgot
Park.
about that.
I just wanted to say, you know, our country and our state has been through some very dark times during your tenure. And, you know, having been in the legislature when I watched colleagues of mine, you know, bring false electors, people trying to undermine the integrity of our elections, really our entire democratic process being on the brink and in the hands of a very alarmingly small number of people that, you know, was a wake-up call, I think, for all of us. And to have had somebody like you at the helm in partnership with your boss, Larry Kassenbaum, to guide us through that time, which I think history will reflect on, the history of our country will reflect on. I think you were able to stand in that moment as a testament to your character and your integrity and the integrity of the office that the clerk has built to build at a time when people were losing faith in the election process. You doubled down on building faith in the election process and on helping people to understand why their vote mattered and to understand how we were implementing. I mean, this is historic times too, on the positive side, in terms of how many different ballot measures the citizens put forward and passed in 2018 and in 2022. And these are major, massive changes that our state has really never seen anything like it, probably since our Constitution was put in place in the 1960s. And to have you at the helm, again, in collaboration with the clerk, to really guide our community through that process, to guide our local clerks through that process, and to see sort of this seamless transition from what we had to what we have now. It probably felt stressful, many moments for you, but to all of us, it felt like a duck paddling on a pond. And, you know, you did all the work that needed to be done for our community to see those elections go off with all those new measures in place without a hitch. And that, again, is a testament to your character, to your skill, to your acumen as a public servant who is in this work only to help people and to help our democracy be stronger. And so wherever you go, you have a great opportunity ahead of you and maybe many more even down the road. But wherever you go, know that you will always have a home here in Washtenaw County, and that the work that you've done for the people of Washtenaw County, all 375,000 of us, has been not only noted and appreciated, but I don't know that we could have done this without you during this very difficult time. And those 12 years that you put in, will be in the eyes of history, a historic moment that you helped us to navigate through. And so thank you for your dedication and tireless work on behalf of all the citizens of Washtenaw County.
Administrator Dale.
Thank you, Chair. Ed, I won't repeat what I said at the department head meeting the other day, and much of what I would say has already been repeated. I just want to say you've been a phenomenal public servant, a great colleague, and this organization is absolutely going to miss you. So we certainly wish you the best moving forward, and know that we're always here, and we should try to find a way to lure you back to Washtenaw County.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Ed, Tom Stoppard, who's a Czech-born British playwright, who fled the Nazis when he was 3, said, it's not the voting that's democracy, it's the counting. And I think that the profoundness of that quote in what has happened, as Commissioner Robbie said, in the most recent years cannot be understated. In my own family, voting has been like a sacrament. In my Irish Catholic family, I came home from college my freshman year to register to vote, and every one of us all votes in the most small elections all the time we are there. My grandmother, who was an immigrant to this country, emphasized to me the importance of going to the polls every time. I think I've said this before. I think she said, pull the lever, full straight ticket Republican. So we deviated ways a little bit, but she did believe in the importance of voting, and she gave that to me. I know that your job along with Larry Kesselman has not always been easy, and it has been under threat even more in recent years than ever, probably both personally and in the matter of your office. I imagine you probably hear from people all the time talking about your integrity, which to me has not been questionable at all. You talked about Clerk Kesselman's integrity, which I second, but you also have that integrity. You have taken many panicky phone calls from me about campaign reporting, and for that I apologize. But I want to also thank you for taking those phone calls from me, always calming me down and doing the job that you have done extremely well. You will be very missed. And I haven't run into you in a pool, but I have run into you at Rappaport. So maybe I will forego the pool and hope to see you there again. Thanks. Thank you for your work.
Sounds like we need to schedule a pool party with Ed. Maybe that's the going away.
That's the going away.
Perhaps. Anybody else? Commissioner Maciejewski and then Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. Ed, just on behalf of the townships that I represent, I know they would come to me with questions, and I would say, just call Ed, so he can answer that. I want to thank you for your work with the local governments and the municipalities in answering their questions and adjusting to the new rules and laws around elections. I've always gotten great feedback from them and the work that the clerk's office and you specifically have given to them. So thank you for that, and best of luck as you go forward in the future.
Sure, Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. Just echoing what everyone has said, and also my colleague here working with my townships through these changes and their different views on these changes, and just really appreciate all that you've done. And in addition to your integrity, I would also just love to highlight your approachability and your kindness. That just comes through everything that you do. And I know that my district feels it, I feel it. So they're lucky to steal you away, and hopefully we can steal you back.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. Ed, thank you so much for helping champion the new voting improvements that have expanded opportunities for more people to vote. Also, I probably won't run into you at your pool, but I hope I run into you in Ipsy at Ziggy's, enjoying live music, because I know that you enjoyed that, and so do I. So hopefully we can get you back someday. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Before I go to round two here, Commissioner Light.
Thank you for your diligence and hard work, and during campaign time, that very first go round, as Commissioner Scott said, you calmed me all the way down. He was like, you know what, it's gonna work out, just, you're gonna get through it. And so I appreciate it. And I'm like, man, you're leaving, and I didn't even get to enjoy you like everybody else did. But as everyone else has said, we hope to have you back, and we're gonna try to figure that out. So on behalf of myself and District 2, thank you. We appreciate you, and we wish you the best.
All right, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I forgot one more accolade that I need to tell you before you leave, which is when you started at the county 12 years ago, you were instrumental in helping one of the things that I'm most proud of in my time as a county commissioner get across the finish line, which was the Washtenaw County ID project. And I don't think that the Washtenaw County ID project would have been at all successful without the work, of course, that Larry and yourself did to help get that off the ground, implemented. And it's such an important feature for our community. I know that you and I were in plenty of discussions about how to kick that into its second phase. And I hope to continue those discussions with your successor. But I just want to say that wouldn't have been possible without you and the work that you did. So thank you for that as well. And for, all the people that benefited in our community, those that are, in all walks of life from our community benefited from that. And thanks to you. So thank you.
Anybody else? Bryce, you want to say anything? You don't always say things besides the roll call. I want to give Bryce a chance here.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Give me an opportunity to say something in public to Ed that I haven't already said. Just personally, thank you, Ed. Been a great boss, great mentor for the last year. And thank you for continuing in public service. I think that's gone overlooked. You are improving your situation for your family and on a personal level, yet continuing to pursue this very noble goal of administering elections throughout the country now. Great role model for me. So yeah, truly, thank you. Best of luck.
I should have said something before Bryce. I can't compare to that. I should have said my thing and then called Bryce after that. Well, the federal government is lucky to get you, Ed. It's a huge loss for us, but really happy for you and for your family to be able to move on to something that fits better for your current needs. Hopefully it won't be as hectic, but you're still going to be making a tremendous impact and on the lives of many, many more people, because you'll be hitting it at that federal level, but we'll be missing you here. Serious about the pool party. But it's really been an honor to serve with you. When I think of the model public servant, I think of Ed, and it's a shame for us to lose you. So let's take some pictures with Ed now. Anybody like to take a picture with Ed and family? Come on down. Yeah, maybe come up. Maybe come into the dais area.
Come up? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Voting matters.
We'll get the public comment very soon. All right. I don't know how we go on after that. That's rough. All right, well, we're gonna get back to our regularly scheduled programming here. So now I'm gonna give an additional disclaimer here because we got a lot of public participation opportunities today that may be confusing. So we have what is our typical public comment period where you're gonna come up to the podium, you're gonna state your name, city or township. If you forget to say it, I'm gonna have to remind you. You get 3 minutes to speak on any topic you'd like. It could be about how great the weather is. It could be about a nice movie you saw recently. It could be about anything at all. Anything. All right. This is the period of time where you can talk about anything you would like. You could read the phone book if you'd like. I don't necessarily recommend that one, but it could be anything. Then after everyone has spoken, because we can't respond then, we will respond to you at that point. After that, we'll go through, we have a couple, we can respond. There's another item after that. And then we get into our special order of business. We have a number of public hearings. So when we get to the public hearings, and I'll remind everybody of this again, when we get to the public hearings, you can give up to 3 minutes of public comment on the public hearing. We don't get an opportunity to respond at that point, but your comments have to be limited to the topic of the public hearing. I will tell you what the public hearing is. At each public hearing, you would get your 3 minutes, but you gotta keep it on the topic of the public hearing. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to bust out the gavel or 2 gavels. And I don't want to do that because it doesn't make anybody feel good. It doesn't make me feel good. If you start veering off of the topic of the public hearing, some of them up here will start yelling at me, and then I'll have to consult corporation counsel about, well, have we veered away from the topic of the public hearing? She will likely say yes. And then I would say, I'm gabbling you, please stop, and you can have the rest of your time. If I'm wrong and you were not veering away from the topic, I'll give you your time back. You get your time back. They're calculating that. That happened last time, and I gave that person their time back. So just to be clear, public comment is about to begin. You can say whatever you'd like. So now I'll go into the normal thing I say. Here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. Please approach the podium if you'd like to speak for up to 3 minutes on any topic of your choosing. We have a great color-coded light system at the podium. It starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left. Then it goes to red, and at that point, you got to stop. If you don't stop, then I'll have to stop you, and I don't want to have to do that. You got to say your name and city or township. If you forget to say that, then I will have to remind you to do that. If you're joining us online via Zoom, you will hit the raise hand icon to indicate that you'd like to speak. I will call on you. Maybe I'll say your name that's visible to me on Zoom, but that might not be the name. It might be your username. So then I'll still ask you to say your name, city, or township. You will get your 3 minutes. And if you go over 3, we will have to cut you off. I don't want to have to do that, but same rules apply. If you're joining us via Zoom by the phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand. I will call on you, and then you will hit *6 to unmute yourself. Same rules apply. You get your 3 minutes. Who would like to give public comment?
Hi, everyone. I'm Luna. I live in the city of Ann Arbor. I have to say, these meetings sometimes feel like a George Orwell novel. In my regular life, I often get called to crises in our community because people feel like they don't have a phone number that they can call where they can receive the care that they deserve. And yet we are here debating a millage which gives millions of dollars more to the sheriff's office on top of 53% of the general fund budget, which they already get. And I've been coming here for months talking about it. I've met with commissioners. I had a community meeting with people in my community. We had people in high school. We had people who were retired. We had teachers. We had people who get services in the community. We had people who've been incarcerated. And we asked them what they would want to spend money on for mental health and creating safety in their community. And no one said they wanted more money to go to the police. They said they wanted resources in their schools. They said that they wanted more mental health services. They wanted support groups. They wanted the needs of workers at community mental health to be met, who we know have been coming here saying that their working conditions are not good. They said they wanted unarmed, non-police crisis response. They said a lot of stuff. Happy to share with you if you want to reach out to me after. But they did not say they wanted more money to go to policing. So I do not support renewing the mental health and public safety millage. I think there should be a separate mental health millage that is solely focused on meeting people's survival needs, including housing, food, shelter. And I don't think that any of those services should be linked with the sheriff's office as they are in the new ordinance that you're putting on the table tonight. On another topic, I do want to say that I am happy that Growing Hope and Youth Arts Alliance are getting mini grants. I work closely with both organizations. I think they're fabulous, and I really appreciate you giving them those grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Come on down. Name, city, or township.
Christina Laronas, Pittsfield Township. And I just said to Ed, I'm going to tell everybody that you were my intern because I didn't know that he was moving on, and I didn't know that he would be getting awarded tonight. I'm very sad to hear that he's leaving our Washtenaw County Clerk's office, because what a tremendous asset he's been. But I just wanted to just let you know, when he mentioned Pittsfield Township, I was the elected clerk in Pittsfield Township from 2000 to 2004. And I believe it was my deputy clerk, Jan Bendor, that found Ed, and he'd been working in a pharmacy and as a manager, and his skills were so apparent and so phenomenal from the very outset. I still in my head hear him say, we are never going to get all of these absentee ballots counted if we are the only ones doing them. And I think about that very often. His time management skills were amazing. His dedication to the job was amazing. He was so obviously highly skilled, talented, qualified, and brilliant. I'm not at all surprised that he's moving on, but I think your first job in the clerk's role was as an intern at Pittsfield Charter Township. So I just wanted to let you know that. And he's been an amazing person from day one in that job, born to the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Hi, name, city, or township.
Monica Ross Williams, Ypsilanti Township. In Washtenaw County, 23% of residents do not make 137K plus in 4 years. According to the Washtenaw County Economic Outlook Report released April 18th, the average annual income is $33,472. With an income of $33,472, it would take 4 years of salary earned for 23% of Washtenaw County residents to make what Racial Equity Officer Payne spent in travel and expenses, not counting her well over $100,000 in wages and other cafeteria-associated benefits, including a pension fund. On March 20th, I spoke before this body and asked for 5 commissioners, Beeman, Mikowski, Robbie, Labar, and Scott, to hold their colleagues accountable who overspent their travel and expense per diem accounts with the assistance of the Washtenaw County Racial Equity Officer's credit card, as reported in our independent news at that time. There has been zero public debate or discussion on this important matter by the seated commissioners in our communities across Washtenaw County. Now, in the original article, which some on this body called an unimportant blog, it has been followed up by another resource of record, MLive, Ann Arbor News, in an extensive investigative report on May 14th. In the MLive article, Commissioner Scott stated, we clearly have to have more oversight when things like this are happening, as if she was not seated in her chair on March 20th when I spoke on this previously at this location. Commissioner Sanders stated in a March 31st article in MLive, there are outstanding balances due by previous commissioners. So it is my intention to seek counsel related to the reimbursement to her over $4,000 in travel and expenses overspending, some of which was done with the over $137,000 in overspending Racial Equity Officer Payne did in less than a 2-year period. It is unknown if a lawyer has been retained. At this point, the public at large should be able to reach the easy conclusions of the following. There will be no oversight of any sort of the spending type of overspending conducted by this elected body. County Executive Deal and his elected employees are allowed to run amok with public tax dollars without any level of oversight by this elected body. The public is expected to just trust this body, who cannot manage their spending or budgetary matters with a new mental health and law enforcement millage, which, as displayed, will likely not be any more well-managed than the travel and expense accounts. Washtenaw County taxpayers and voters deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Hey there, name, city or township.
Hi, my name is Sherry. I live in the city of Ypsilanti. I wear many hats in the community, but one of the ones that many of you have heard me speak about is that I coordinate the daytime warming shelter for those experiencing homelessness. This season, we had approximately double the number of guests that we had the previous season. I find that alarming. When I look at the budget and I see that 53% of the general budget goes to the sheriff's office, I want to ask you, what message does that send to people who don't know where they're going to sleep tonight? Many of those people, certainly not all, but many, struggle with substance use, struggle with mental health, and have had horrible interactions with law enforcement and the carceral system. What message are you sending to them when you couple money for mental health and substance use with money for the sheriff's office? What message are you sending to them when they have to go through the sheriff's office to get their needs met? I am opposed to coupling those two things. It was a mistake to begin with, and we have a chance to rectify that mistake by passing a new millage that focuses solely on mental health. I also was excited to look through the list of mini grants and want to lift up Growing Hope as someone who's getting that grant. Growing Hope has been at the eye of a lot of storms, and they've handled them with the strength and grace. And they have asked for support from the community. And it's really beautiful to see that this body is taking the opportunity to give some of that support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on down. Hi, name, city or township.
Hi, my name is Ginger Chase. I live in Scioto Township. So I came across this quote earlier today. It's an Adam Grant quote that says, "In cultures of politeness, dissent is a threat to social harmony. People nod and smile even if they disagree, and silence fuels groupthink. In cultures of integrity, dissent is a sign of commitment to quality. People voice their views, and respectful debate improves decisions." This is an important election cycle, right? So August 6th is a primary. We have the opportunity to elect people who are going to show up for their community, who are going to represent the will of the people and the people who they represent. I'm really excited to support my friend Alicia Dyer, who's running for Washtenaw County Sheriff, because even if this millage, which is deeply problematic, the public health, mental health and public safety millage that was unfortunately coupled together, even if it remains coupled together and is passed as a renewal, we have the opportunity to elect somebody who is wanting and encouraging of transparency and accountability in this county. We also have Leah Chapman, who's running for District 5 as a county commissioner. And I believe that she will bring a kind of transparency and ethics to this body. I'm really excited to support my friend Alex Thomas as Ypsilanti Township Supervisor. So we have a real opportunity on August 6th to make some changes in this body. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Come on down. Name, city or township.
My name is Karen Holman. I live in Ypsi Township. In 2017, the Board of Commissioners showed prescience, innovation, and courage, and took the lead in proposing a mental health millage in addition to a more traditional public safety millage. The decision was difficult and not unanimous, almost evenly split. However, the commissioners listened to the community at that time and voted 5-4 in favor. Part of the need for the millage was the inadequacy of CMH's funding, which had been cut, and that forced them to severely limit their previous services. A lot of people who needed services were cut, and the commissioners recognized that as a crisis. I don't think any of us knew at the time how prescient that decision was. Today, mental health and substance use issues are killing our young people, working age people, and elders at higher rates than before. We need to do better. We need to look directly at the challenges and try to address them. There's not enough substance use treatment beds or psychiatric beds. However, early intervention care, access to housing, medical care, food, and opportunity prevent lethal psychiatric crises from developing. We can do better. Many commissioners, including those who were instrumental in the original millage, have admitted that it was flawed. In the past months, the community has spoken passionately and eloquently about suffering, about the need for more supportive and mental health services. But as a peer support specialist who has worked for CMH, I believe in recovery in the face of trauma and hardship. I believe in paying it forward. Money for mental health and other services such as those, it's not thrown away, it's an investment in our humanity. It is money that will make our county better, enable struggling citizens to lead better lives, and to pay it forward themselves. The sheriff's office is the wrong place to house mental health and housing funds. It's grievously inappropriate, in fact, and it gives too much power to the sheriff's office to distribute resources that aren't in their expertise. We can do better. We have this opportunity to do better. Today, CMH is struggling even more than they were in 2017 with historically severe retention and recruitment problems. Inadequate pay is part of the problem, according to exit interviews. There are other problems there. I just don't understand why the BOC feels it cannot support a new millage to address current needs and get rid of the previous contortions in language, transparency, and implementation. Separate clean millages with more funds available for mental health will save lives, build safety from the ground up, and give hope to those who are desperate. Why are we being asked to settle for cobbled together ordinances which won't address the problems effectively when the community doesn't want that? And the new millages haven't even been proposed or defeated. I just don't understand. I'm asking for courage. If the separate millages are defeated, we still have time, to go for the renewal. But please explain to me, I don't understand why we're at this place when.
Your time's up. Wrap up with that statement and say the thing you're asking about.
Thanks, really, I'm a little clueless. I don't understand.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Come on down. And I hate to stop people, at the last meeting, I had to cut off the chief circuit court judge and the public health officer. And I don't want to do that to him, but I cut off anybody. I'm following the rules here. All right, name, city, or township.
That's Durn Shane. Greg Pratt, County District 7, Ward 3, Ann Arbor, Precinct 29. I'm here to speak about the public safety and mental health millage. The current millage entrenches mental health services and policing in the court system. We are told this is for increasing public safety, but the people who need the most support are further put in danger when getting caught up in courts and in programs run by the sheriff and his subordinates. Real diversion and violence interrupting is more appropriate to be administered by agencies that do not employ people whose job requires them to be armed with guns and rifles. We are told that funding for the sheriff and for mental health resources and services cannot be separate. That is false. We are told that if we separate the mental health funding from the police funding, that the millages won't pass because they are new millages. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all, especially for mental health services. The millage language implies that county police need to be preserved through the additional funds. That is nonsense. The sheriff, as we already covered, gets 53% of the general fund taxpayer dollars. When you add the courts to it, that's 63%. We're told the Board of Commissioners has a fiduciary responsibility to use taxpayer dollars that the Board of Commissioners is empowered to oversee, and it disperses funding to various county agencies, and it oversees those. Why not the sheriff? What's the deal with that? I'm waiting on the county to find and hand over to me the entirety of the sheriff's budget. Why do we have to pay for that? It should be available. It's ridiculous. And in terms of each of you fulfilling your fiduciary responsibility, why are you poised to vote on a millage renewal when you don't have all the relevant information? You don't know what the sheriff's budget is, the line item expenditures, the line item revenues. It's irresponsible. It's irresponsible. I don't expect to get those documents for the sheriff's budget until June 7th. That's 2 days after your supposed second reading. I'm asking you to postpone this vote until we, including each of you, can make informed decisions on whether or not to rubber stamp renew this millage. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience in the room? I know we have friends online. Hi. Name, city, or township.
Silas, city of Ypsilanti. I just want to mention the Washtenaw County ID. I've talked to Commissioner Hodge about this before, but I think it's a really good idea, but it needs to have more benefits. It either needs to be no cost or have benefits of like going to public museums to actually get people to use it, because it can help a lot of people, like undocumented people and queer people. But if not everyone has it, then it kind of defeats the purpose of having it. And it becomes either the undocumented ID, and then again, can get very stigmatized. So if we really want to help the queer community in Washtenaw County and the undocumented community, we should rework how the ID works and add more benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? Okay, well, we will turn to our friends online then. Do we have anybody online?
Yes, Chair. First, we have Nancy K.
All right, name, city, or township, please.
Hello, my name is Nancy Kroll and I am from Milan, Michigan, Washtenaw County. I am an employee of Washtenaw County, and on May 1st, at the Board of Commissioners meeting, I brought the downtown courthouse employee handicap parking situation to the board's attention. I am here tonight to thank the county for taking swift action and correcting the wrong. Our dedicated downtown employees who are handicapped have been returned to the 5 parking spots that were allotted previously. And for those having to utilize those handicap spots, I am sure they are grateful for your swift action. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else?
Yes, next we have Cornelius W.
Okay, name, city, or township, please.
My name's Corn, Ypsilanti Township. I really am gonna keep it brief because so much has already been said, but I want to big up everyone who spoke on the mental health and safety millage. And I definitely would like to echo with confusion. I don't understand either why groups that are most at risk would have to seek services from an institution that is historically racist and violent, and surely is attached to traumatizing a large section of the population in this county. There is absolutely no reason, like so many people have said, that law enforcement should have anything to do with mental health, that law enforcement should have anything to do with substance use treatment. We've been taking this criminalization approach in this country for a very long time, and it's led us to a crisis level when it comes to drug policy, when it comes to housing. So I don't know if we keep doing more of the same. I think to stay everyone's confusion, you guys just need to be honest and say that you don't care about people who use drugs or people with mental health disorders, and it's more of a priority for you to police us than it is to get us access to treatment that actually works, and to get us access to housing and services and resources. That way people don't have to be confused, because you're in a position to make decisions right now to ensure that those things happen. And for whatever reason, you're opting not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anybody else online?
Yes, Chair, but I believe she may have just walked in. I'm not going to take you off mute.
Hi, name, city or township, please.
My name is Mary Campbell, and I work for the Washtenaw County. I do not live in Washtenaw County. We know why. But I'm not here. I just wanted to address the commissioners and to tell you that I don't just show up when I'm looking for something. I'm also showing up to thank the commissioners for the last meeting and for going to the table and hearing us and hearing your county employees and where we're at and doing what you did in approving that resolution and passing it, and for allowing administration to come back to the table during negotiations to be able to give us a better offer than what was on the table. So I wanted to give you my thanks for listening to us, and that we are not just that we are not grateful. I just want you to understand that we are, that they've come back to the table with something that we can work with and talk to them about. And then I also wanted to talk quickly about the mental health and public safety millage. I have been a part of another group, Allies for Better Mental Health, and in trying to get the commissioners to look at exactly how much money is dispersed between the sheriff's department, between community mental health, and between the other municipalities, or wherever the additional money goes, and how that is dispersed, and exactly how important it really is that there is a defined, what's the word I want? I would have a hard time looking for the right word. That there is a defined line on exactly what is going to mental health, and that a good portion of that should go to mental health, and not just that original 38% that was in the first millage, that we kind of rethink those lines a little bit, and think about, it's sad that I have to hear that Ann Arbor is the city for the homeless and mental health. And that's where other communities, they come and they drop them off in Ann Arbor looking for help for them. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there, and I want to thank you one more time for listening to us and hearing us and coming to the table and finding a resolution that we can work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else
Yes,
online?
Chair. We have Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice.
Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice. Please state your name and city or township.
Good evening. This is Eleanor. I live in Ann Arbor, and I'm asking that each member of the Board of Commissioners listen, full-heartedly listen. And I mean, really listen to community members and take our voices into account in your decisions around our community's significant mental health crisis. The overwhelming voices of communities say that what we have is not working, that our most vulnerable family members and most vulnerable neighbors are not getting the mental health support that they truly need. And this is a cornerstone of our full community's health and safety, the mental health supports that every single individual needs. The purpose, or what many voters thought the purpose of the millage was to strengthen CMH, presuming that a stronger CMH would lead toward better mental health services. But is that really where we are today? Do we have a strong system that is complex and nuanced enough to serve our mental health needs in the community? I work with nonprofits, community organizations, and neighbors who struggle to navigate the mental health resources in this county. CMH needs to have the resources, strategy, and culture to genuinely support staff to directly serve residents. Many who actually use CMH will talk about the barriers that they experience, that we experience. Long wait times to start and receive treatment, inexperienced staff, Staff seems overwhelmed and limited in their ability to serve residents. There's frequent staff turnover, which is detrimental to treatment and our overall community health and safety. And newer staff do not have enough supervisory support and also have very little autonomy in their own, they have very little autonomy in their own work to work creatively with residents. In addition to bolstering CMH and making sure that it's actually fully serving the community's needs, we need to support community services outside of CMH that work to address mental health and community needs. Nonprofit and grassroots community organizations need funding to fill gaps that CMH cannot fill, and to provide a broad and more holistic set of services for clients. What we're asking for is more resources dedicated to the programs that directly serve mental health, more money for mental health. And specifically, we're asking that this is not to be mental health couched within the carceral system. The connection with the sheriff's office is not keeping our community safe, particularly BIPOC community members, immigrants, poor people, people who are court involved, and those with mental health challenges are particularly vulnerable to being negatively impacted by coupling mental health with the sheriff's office. ICBJ supports the Allies for a Better Mental Health statement, and I'm asking for the following of the commissioners. 1, split the millage for mental health from any form of funding for sheriff, policing, or court programs. 2, slow down this process. You need to listen to people. You need to hear.
Time is up, unfortunately. I'm
You
sorry.
need to.
Anybody else online?
No, Chair.
Anybody else in the room? Nope. Going once? Twice, 3 times. All right, we are done with public participation. We'll remind our friends that we received a number of written public comments that you are able to look at through the easily accessible and useful board portal. We will move on to commissioner follow-up to public participation. We'll start with Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. First off, thanks to everyone that came out to speak today. I want to start by responding to the individual that came to speak about the ID. Oh, there you are, made eye contact. Thank you for bringing those issues forward. Those are all very valid and important issues and things that I've been actually working with Ed, which he's leaving, so Trish, on. But this is something that I pushed for in the last budget process, that we actually need to hire somebody to help us quarterback this within the clerk's office. The reason I say that is because when we got this off the ground, it was through a partnership between, myself and a woman named Kita, who was the director of Synod Community Services. And the partnership was that basically the county, we passed this ordinance, we put in place the ID program, but Kita and Synod basically did all the community outreach work. They're the ones that went around the community and got different businesses to understand what the ID was. And so when you see those ID stickers on different doors of businesses, that was as a result of that outreach program. And then she also ran basically the, Spanish language and basically like translation services and helping people to basically get the documentation that they needed to get the ID. So the program was much more robust and supported. But since Synod has basically gone away and Kita has moved on to other things, we have had a gap basically in that space, and the clerk's office doesn't have the capacity to basically do that kind of outreach. So what you brought up is very much on the forefront of my mind as something that is important to make sure that this program is successful. And so we're going to keep up that work. And as I said in the last budget cycle, I advocated for a position. It wasn't ultimately funded, but I think we're going to take another crack at it moving forward to try to get that position funded. I think that's critical in order to make sure that we have somebody to kind of quarterback that process. Speaking to some of the other comments that were made, I think, my position has been clear all along. I don't need to reiterate it. But one thing that did, resonate that I wanted to kind of ask about was the issue around the line item budget. I think that is more than fair for the public to request that information. I think it's something that we as a board should also be given. And I think we should probably be given that information on a routine basis when we actually pass the budget. I know this is a longstanding issue of contention at the county that, commissioners are not given access to that line item information. but especially as we look to pass a significant millage for the voters, I think they're entitled to see line item provisions, frankly, not just for the sheriff's budget, but also for mental health and also from the communities that receive the dollars. What are they spending that money on exactly? And I think not just big bucket items, but who's getting funded through that. I think the public deserves to know those things. So I see that Tina has stepped out of the room, but I am wondering if anybody from staff can answer the question of where is that information? Can we post it online? Can the commissioners be provided a line item budget from the sheriff's office?
Greg is about to respond. Tina is back.
Tina is walking in right now.
There she is. You didn't hear my whole thing, but that's okay. Basically, I was asking, one of the public comment was around the sheriff's budget and having a line item version of that budget. And I'm wondering if that can be made available to the public and to the board. Okay.
Your mic's not on, Tina.
You did receive line item budget prior to budget adoption. It was shared with all the commissioners by org.
Do we have it on our website?
Probably not line item detail.
Okay, that'd be good to put up online probably. Thank you.
That's it. All right, Commissioner LaBarre.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate everybody who's come tonight, particularly talk about the mental health and public safety millage. I know that is something that has engendered a lot of discussion in this room and a lot of discussion in auxiliary spaces. I know it is something that has understandably raised the intensity of those discussions, the importance of those discussions, and I think certainly the depth of those discussions. I do appreciate the fact that we have had folks who have consistently come to this body and others and advocated. I will say they're not the only voices that I have heard in this discussion or debate, but they do carry weight with me and I appreciate it. I suspect at the end of this, we will probably please no one, but make it workable enough that we can continue progress. That's my hope. That's my aspiration. But I say this tonight just because I don't want any of the advocates who have asked for changes to the millage or scrapping the millage entirely to presume that they're not heard. You are heard, and your thoughts, your concerns, I know have been taken into account by all the commissioners here. We may not come to the same outcome and the same answer, but I'd give you my word and my commitment that it has been heard. I will also say there are a number of things that I think it's fair to criticize this body for, or any other elected body for, and those are policy choices. We heard comment earlier tonight on an unrelated issue about county spending that I thought sort of crossed over the line in terms of motivations and integrity. And I just want to say, one, I've been a commissioner coming up on 12 years now. And even when you think you know as much as you do, you don't. You learn all the time and you can always do things better. All 8 of you at this table are people who I would attest to your character to publicly. And I do that explicitly. And I do that without reservation. That spending policy that commissioners have to adhere to is not updated in real time. It's not separated out from many of the functions in which those charges were made. It's bulky. It's getting better and more workable. But I have no question, no doubt in my mind about any of your motivations or any of that spending in terms of you doing anything else aside from trying to be the best commissioner you could be. So I want to state that because when it was brought up in the past, I failed to make that explicitly clear and want to try and rectify that mistake tonight to just say, we can all do better on policies. We can always do better as elected officials in terms of getting the substance right. But I want to vouch for your character. So I appreciate the chance to say that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I vouch back for your character. You talked about the 8 of us, but you are number 9. Good egg. You get the Andy Labar good egg seal of approval. Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Commissioner Labar's statements of, I appreciate everyone coming to the table, and I hear your voices and I hear your wants and desires. What I also hear are those of my constituents of District 3. And we have heard from only one this evening, and that was to thank for the parking spaces. No one else from my district is here. No one else has called in or been on Zoom. Those are due to many different pieces, being that one, that it's the farthest from this physical space. 2, being we're still rolling out broadband. They don't even have access to come in to Zoom and participate, let alone cell phone service. I digress. So there are times when I feel very much like my son's favorite Dr. Seuss books, which is the Lorax, and I speak for the trees. I speak for District 3, and my voice is different than yours. And the needs of my constituents are different than yours. And so I will come forward with what the conversations I've had this week with mayors and township supervisors and clerks and trustees and their need for the renewal of this millage. And I welcome any of you to speak to me about what's happening in my district. I can tell you right now, I have the highest firearm suicide rate in the county. 48158, 48160. Milan, Manchester. We have different needs. We're all working toward the same goal. There's a line that I love, that we're better allies than enemies. And I would love to learn from you, and I would love for you to also learn from me and what happens in the rural communities and the differences in the rural communities than in the cities. So again, there's talks on debate and dissent, and sometimes my voice is the voice of dissent because I am speaking for a rural community. I am speaking for a different community. But I need to raise their voices just as everyone at this table needs to raise the voice of those within their district. So again, I thank you and I hear you, but I also have to weigh what's happening to my residents.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank folks that came out tonight for various reasons, but especially the folks that gave public comment about the mental health and public safety millage. I appreciate especially the people who have been here at every meeting since late February, early March. I do hear you, and I think the position that I am in has been to try to create some sort of change in the way our ordinance functions without compromising the ballot language, because I know that many folks who have been following know this, but just to clarify for people, because I know it is confusing and I want to acknowledge that government is very confusing. And so although it's not my position, I would be totally comfortable passing something that was 100% mental health and housing and homelessness related. But the reality that I'm trying to work with here is that the votes aren't there. I'm trying to redirect some resources to help redirect funding to meet some needs that would actually improve public safety in the county, like investing in rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing, like investing in community violence interruption, and other mental health services. And a lot of things are already happening. We already have a great partnership with Avalon for reentry for people who are leaving our jail. But I want to expand that, and I want us to also help people on the front end so that they never have to end up in jail. And so, while that's not the perfect solution for folks who would prefer to see this millage broken up, I am using my role here to try to bring something forward that can accommodate some of the gaps in our system. And I also just want to highlight the intention isn't to have people go through a police agency to receive rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing services. It would be to partner with existing housing providers, just like we have been. So that way people don't have to be in an uncomfortable position, especially if they don't feel comfortable in spaces that are super government-y, red tapey, or in spaces with police, because I do acknowledge that. And so I just wanted to uplift the fact that I understand that this is very confusing. I understand that it's not perfect and that many people would prefer to see something else happen. My desire is to try to get something different and improve on some of the work that's already been done by investing more in human-facing programs to prevent people from entering justice system at all, and to help those that have already been there and get them rehoused and into services that will help them in the long run. So I appreciate it, and I understand how frustrating and confusing all of this is. And so for what it's worth, to try to make a little bit more sense, the proposal that I have been working on would redirect 50% of the funding that goes to the sheriff's office towards solutions for things like housing insecurity, as well as substance abuse or harm reduction, and some of the great community violence interruption work, and maybe new opportunities, because this would actually allow us to expand a lot of that work. So I'm really hopeful that we'll have a good conversation later among the board and receive good, both good and negative feedback in the public ordinance hearing. So I just wanted to highlight that and try to unconfuse people to the extent that that's even possible. And I'm always happy to talk more after this meeting. Thank you.
Anybody that hasn't spoken yet that wants to speak before I go to Commissioner Robbie again? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. One other thing I wanted to mention is that, and maybe this is cracking a little can of worms here, I don't know, but I think that it is very important for the board to take a moment to listen to folks on the issues that have been raised in the media and by some of our constituents around overall, as an organization, what our policies are around travel and expenses. I think we have an opportunity as a county to revisit. I know we had a review of our travel policy that came before the BOC, and a minor change was, well, it was a significant change, but it was if you look at the document, it was only like one line, but it was a significant change. I think that there's more changes that we need to look at as an organization. And I think that there's some more, some bigger steps that we could take as an organization to just make sure that the board in particular has more oversight over what's going on among our senior staff in particular. And so I would encourage us to think creatively of ways that we can do that. I've spoken with the administrator and with the chair about some ideas that I have had, around this. And so I hope that it is something that we can deal with at future meetings, because I do think this is not something that we should just kind of let sit on the table. We gotta address this, and we should address it head on. And I know that timing wise, it takes time to get resolutions together. So I hope for our next meeting, we'll have an opportunity to consider some of those things. Thank you.
Administrator Dill.
Yeah, just quickly, commissioners, to the conversation related to travel, as you know, we've made some preliminary changes to the policy. It's my expectation that we will be back before you guys at our next meeting with some updates to that policy, further updates that include more oversight and more reporting. So I will move, of course, through board leadership, but we'll have something for your consideration at the June 5th meeting.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, well, thank you all for coming to give public comment. I expect some people will stay to stick around to give comments during the public hearings. Maybe all of them, maybe some of them, maybe none of them. I know there's a lot of interest in the ordinance that Commissioner Somerville had mentioned earlier. A significant amount of work has gone into that to really be able to focus where the dollars go, and so it's clearer for people where some of the dollars that are going to the sheriff's office is being spent outside of traditional policing. So stay tuned for that conversation. We will move on now to liaison reports. Somebody got a liaison report? Commissioner LaBarre.
2 liaison reports, Chair. We had a good meeting with CMH prior to our last board meeting. And we had a continuum of care meeting today. And I just want to flag that because I think this body should consider in the near future a reaffirmation of our resolution that that authorized the use of the COC. I think there's still some level of confusion in terms of what is the overall county role and responsibility in that. What is the interaction between policy here and implementation and provider role in the process? So hopefully we can consider that in the future at some point soon. Those are the 2 I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, since our last meeting, I had a Commission on Aging meeting, and I just wanted to uplift the Safe Aging Town Hall that's going to be happening on June 14th from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Chelsea Senior Center. We've got some great guests that are going to be there, and looking forward to it. They did something similar last year, and there are a lot of resource tables and a very informative discussion around safety concerns related to like phishing attempts and other like spam calls that are trying to really attack vulnerable older adults who might fall for things like that. So just wanted to highlight that. If you can help advertise it in your district, that would be really great. And because the folks that are working on it on the Commission on Aging, the little subcommittee, they're putting a lot of work into that. So again, June 14th, 1 to 4 p.m., Chelsea Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I might be presenting on what?
No.
Okay. Just a quick update from Parks Commission. I think the main thing that is a minor update, but it's kind of a fun one, is so the county parks just approved the installation of a sign on Washtenaw outside of the Mary Lou Murray Rec Center. So if you imagine the sign just outside of U of M Stadium, that's kind of what we're going for, like that big, blaring sign, blinding people at night. No, it's not going to be anything like that. It is a very sensible and well-designed sign that will just let people know that the Mary Lou Murray Rec Center is there. I think there's been very little signage actually along Washtenaw to bring people into our facility there. So we are going to be, we did approve the design for that and look forward to that being installed.
All right, we like a good sign. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that I did this week, along with you, Chair, was attend the New Human Services Providers Systems Summit that was put together by the PEG group at the School of Social Work. It was a really well-run summit with really great discussion. The objectives of the meeting were to understand the shared understanding of system level barriers identified by NHSP grantees, discuss external and within county efforts designed to shift the problems that continue to keep problems in place, and then recommend 3 action steps that are feasible and promising. I think we came up with way more than 3 action steps. I thought I was going to be like super exhausted going to this meeting and left really energized the way I do with most meetings with that PEG group. I think that they will probably be giving us a report at some point about that, and certainly sharing that with the grantees. But it was a great event, and I look forward to more of the work that the PEG group is doing with those grantees going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Light.
I just wanted to give a shout out to our road commission workers. They are working, getting sidewalks near on Ridge Road. They are working every day that I pass by to drop my children off. So big thanks to them, and they're moving fast. Also, I have recognized signs at the Apple Ridge Park and at the skate park off of Clark Road and uh, near homes. And so there are signs going up and there are things being done. So great job to the road commission. I also attended the Michigan Works Consortium meeting today, and Michigan Works Southeast will be having an open house on this Friday. I can't remember the time. I believe it's at 11 a.m. And also, I found out today that Commissioner Sanders was recognized at the Michigan Association of Counties as a certified county commissioner. So congratulations and big good start.
Certified, all right. Congratulations. Mr. Machieski.
Thank you, Chair. The Board of Public Works met this morning, and a couple of notes from their meeting is that the lake assessments for the 10 lakes that are involved in the lake management program are underway. There is also information that is now available on the County Cleanup Day events, June 15th in Augusta Township, June 29th in Northfield Township, July 27th in Pittsfield Township, and August 24th in the city of Ypsilanti. And remember that in order to participate, you need to pre-register for these events, and all of that information is available on the county's website.
Very good. I do get a lot of interest around those cleanup days. Anybody else? Okay, well, I feel like both of mine were taken, which is fine. Really had a great time with Commissioner Scott and the team at from PEG at the New Human Services Partnership Summit. Looking forward to the work that they're going to continue to do to support nonprofits in our community and our engagement with them. We heard from the Food Policy Council during working session, and I would have given the liaison report that I've been working with them closely on working on their policy agenda. I would really love for us to be able to make a significant dent in that. They have a number of them that I think are pretty easily actionable related to the work that we're doing. So I'm hoping that by the end of the summer, we'll come back with some potential changes there. And we'll stop there. We'll go ahead and take a break for a bit. Commissioner Robbie, what's up?
All right, this is just a quick point of privilege, not a liaison report, but Tina, thank you. I just saw your email. You just sent us all the line item budget, so thank you. It sounds like you had sent it to board leadership prior, so thank you for sending it to the rest of us. Appreciate you for acting so quickly.
Thank you, Tina, for acting so quickly. We're gonna take roughly a 15-minute-ish break. I'm not gonna give you a hard time because you never know what'll happen, but you're gonna come back and then we'll hit at it. All right. We will be returning shortly here. All right. Well, thank you for quieting down, everybody. Well, that was a good intermission. Wait for our other friends out in the other area to come on back. My mic on? Can they hear me? You can hear me? Okay. There we go. There, okay. Was it not on? Oh, see, that's why. Calling all commissioners, please return to the dais. We'd like to continue. Gonna continue the meeting. All right, well, I'm gonna call us back to, come on, oh. Come on in. We're ready to get back at it. We're ready. I'm about to bang it. Come on. I'm about to do it. All right, we're back, everybody. Hope that was a good break. You went to the bathroom. Oh. It's deafening. Okay, I thought it was just me. I thought it was the ringing was only in my ears. It's everybody else. Well, welcome back. We are gonna move right back into our business here at 8:47. Bryce, you got it. You got it. Three public hearings today. Public hearing is on a specific topic. It's not the same as public comment. In public comment, you can say whatever you want and it's all good. On this, you have to keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing. And if you go or you stray away from that, I will have to intervene. My colleagues will be looking to me to intervene, sometimes yelling at me to intervene. So please just keep it focused on the content of the public hearing. You get 3 minutes for that. Same rules apply. You can come out to the podium, starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left. When it gets to red, I will have to stop you. I need your name, city, and township. If you're on Zoom, same thing. Raise your hand with the button. You'll unmute yourself. It's *9 if you're calling by phone, *6 to unmute. The first one is a public hearing on the proposed 2024 millage rate. Now, before I have people come down for this one in case they're interested, just want to be really clear. I think there's been some misinformation about this particular public hearing. This is not to discuss anything like a Headley override or anything of that nature. This is standard procedure. Every year we have to have a public hearing to approve the millage rate for the various millages we have. This is not doing anything with that. I've heard a number of people confused thinking that we're doing a Headley override and that this is what that is. That's not this, all right? Anybody want to come give public comment or participate in the public hearing? I'm open to the public hearing. Public hearing is open. Would anybody like to come in and give public comment related to the millage rate? I thought they were all here for this one. This must be the ordinance. Okay, well, I'm closing the public hearing. The next one is a public hearing on the proposed pollution prevention regulation of 2024. If you tuned, I can't do anything. You want to give public comment on that? We got an issue with Zoom. Thank you for the support with the technical issue. The Zoom is fixed. Okay. Yeah, the Zoom is fine. Thank you. Would anybody like to, I'm gonna open the public hearing on this one. It was quieter that time. For the pollution prevention regulation of 2024. If you tuned into working session last time, you got to learn about that. Anybody like to come give participate in the public hearing related to the pollution prevention regulation? We have someone online. Okay.
Yes, Chair, we have Jim Ratchwell.
Okay, Jim, please state your name, city or township, and keep your comments limited to the topic of the public hearing, which is the pollution prevention regulation of 2024.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner. My name is James Rockwell, Salem Township. I am the Fire Chief of Salem Township. I'm the President of the Washtenaw Area Mutual Aid Association, the Fire Chiefs Association. I'm Deputy Director of the Washtenaw County Hazardous Material Team, and I'm the lead for Michigan Mavis Fire Alarm Box Carts for Washtenaw County in the state of Michigan. I worked with the Environmental Health Director pre-COVID on this regulation and had made a number of suggestions. This proposal that's in front of you today is significantly different than the old one. I have a number of comments. Most significantly, I would encourage the board to consider modifying this ordinance or rule to allow the information to go to the fire department directly. It's vital, it's critical that we actually get where hazardous materials are in our local jurisdictions, a floor map, the inventory. We use this information for pre-planning. It's critical for firefighter safety. It's critical for the site itself and in the employees, and it's critical for the community. Currently, in the past, the ordinance and the rules and regulations hasn't authorized us to get this information. We need it. I would just say critical, both at the local fire department and at the county hazmat team. So I'm encouraging you to consider modifying this rule to allow this to be electronically transferred of information that the county's collecting from the health department to allow us to pre-plan and better respond to our great citizens of Washtenaw County.
Thank you very much. Just to remind people, we don't get to respond during this piece, but this item is on our agenda later, and we do have our friends from our fantastic public health department here. So, anybody else on this public hearing?
No.
No. Okay, I'm about to close the public hearing. I'm going to mute my microphone. Gentle gavel today. Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, opening the public. Now I expect most people that are still here and didn't just want to join on Zoom, even though you could comment on Zoom, are here for this one. I'm gonna open the come on down. I'm about to open the public hearing on the Community Mental Health and Public Safety Preservation Millage Expungement Policy Ordinance. So I'm gonna be looking at Michelle on this one. All right, your comments need to be limited to the scope of the public hearing, which is on the ordinance that's on our agenda. So please we all want to have a good time with the public hearing. I'm opening the public hearing. All right, come on down. Name, city, or township. You get 3 minutes. We can't respond back. Keep your comments focused on the topic of the public hearing.
Ted Weiser, Ypsi Township. The statement I'm going to give is an early version of statement by our coalition, the Allies for Better Mental Health Millage. It does talk about it's gearing up to talk about the ordinance, and so I'm going to continue, and I believe that should work. So the Allies for a Better Mental Health Millage remains united in our deep disappointment that after we succeeded in slowing down the process a bit to allow more community input, the current plan still appears to cement the status quo 38-38-24% approach for another 8 long years. Our coalition agrees that a much more transparent and effective approach would be to split the millage into separate mental health and public safety pieces and to address any concerns from municipalities. We understand that this approach would require new millages instead of a renewal, but we believe this would be very popular and that 2 simpler, honestly promoted millages would earn the same widespread support we saw in 2017. We also agree that 8 years is far too long to enshrine an outdated millage approach, and that a 2-year millage would allow serious assessment by the county leaders and residents about the effectiveness of the millage, Allies for a Better Mental Health Millage will continue to strongly push for what.
All right, get to the part that's more about the ordinance, please. I'm sorry.
I'm getting there. Are
We'll get there now, please.
responsible and forward think, will continue to strongly push for what we believe are responsible and forward-thinking changes to the current outdated and poorly designed millage. If, after serious discussions with our coalition and other community representatives over the next 2 weeks, the board goes forward with a renewed millage and associated ordinance, we would expect that that ordinance will be written to reliably result in millions of new millage dollars each year going to improve mental health outcomes. When we have a final version of that, we'll be sharing that with you all and the community. Thank you.
All right. Almost none of that was focused on the ordinance. Please keep the comments focused on the ordinance. People want to hear feedback to the ordinance, I'm sure. So please, to the best of your ability, get the comments focused on the ordinance. Name, city, or township.
Cindy Bo Davis, Bridgewater Township. So there is somebody from your area here, Commissioner Beeman. So We Rock and our allies are disappointed that the commissioners don't have the votes to separate the mental health and public safety millages into 2 new millages. And so we are not ready to redo the millage with the change in fund distribution that gives mental health more equitable funding than 38% to mental health and 62% to policing in the county. And so in terms of the ordinance, if we need to stick to that, I think the two are incredibly intertwined, but all right. So even with an ordinance, 8 years is too long to renew a clunky and inelegant millage. 2 years provides enough time to seriously consider and respond to the county's mental health needs with an ordinance. Otherwise, we're saying that the county's needs have not changed even after a pandemic and won't for like a total of 16 years. In terms of the ordinance, mental health needs are at an all-time high. And so if you are counting on an ordinance, we still do not have a crisis center. This was the most requested need by mental health consumers and their families after the millage was passed. I assume there's not enough money to reopen that critical facility and provide the professional services to support patients in crisis even 2 or more years.
Is there anything on the ordinance, please? I'll give you time back. I mean, we got to get on the ordinance. This is why I explained at the beginning.
So the ordinance should ensure that funds are needed for professional mental and behavioral health treatment to staff internal to the WCSO, individuals enter and exiting the Washtenaw County Jail, and individuals during their stay this treatment provided by state of Michigan licensed clinical providers and certified peer support. Those things need to be supported in the ordinance, and that those services should be supervised by experienced mental health professionals. We need more services in our schools. In terms of the sheriff's office, we need rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing for victims of violence and domestic violence, and for individuals leaving the jails who have no place to go. Again, also supervised and provided by state licensed professionals. CMH and many community organizations are better equipped to deliver the services noted above.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. All right, anybody else want to give public comment on the ordinance here?
Christina Loranas, Pittsfield Township, and just briefly on background, I am the mother of a 28-year-old daughter with an intellectual and developmental disability, the IDD community. And we are a very large part of the consumers at Community Mental Health. Her life will always depend on services such as those that are provided by community mental health. I'm 63 years old now. If this is an 8-year millage, you are tying us for a very long time into our old age on this. On the ordinance itself, I understand that there's some consideration being given to taking 50% of the annual millage funding that will be used in a proactive manner to provide services to help individuals with needs related to mental and this I'm just reading straight from your ordinance. Number one, mental and behavioral health services, 20%, housing and homelessness support services, 15%, community violence interruption, 15%. I guess my concern is that these funds will be used to supplant rather than to add to. They should be used, I want to make sure in your ordinance that it's very, very clear that this 50% will be used to supplement what's already being done in the sheriff's office budget and never to supplant it. Because I know how it works in government where it's very easy to pass a special voted millage and then take some money that you were already spending in the general fund and move it over to the special voted millage and voila, you have more money in your general fund budget. So that's my single largest concern with this particular ordinance, that every loophole be closed and that it be used in addition to what the sheriff's office is already using their funds for. And I guess that's about all I have to say on the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. That was helpful comments about the ordinance, besides the 8-year length of the millage. That's not part of the ordinance, but everything else was very helpful. But I mean, it was. I mean, because that's the specific stuff that we're trying to talk about with the ordinance later.
It allowed me to say how old I am.
Anybody else want to come participate in the public hearing? Please keep it focused on the ordinance.
You got it.
Because that is the thing that we're going to be discussing and making changes.
You got it. I already said enough about the millage anyway. You know how I feel about it. So in terms of who's on these committees, I think the ordinance should specify that the head of CMH and the sheriff, who's listed as one of the members of this advisory committee, not run the meetings. Now, I noticed that you have, in addition, the board may appoint 3 members of its body as ex officio members. I think the sheriff should be one of those. He should just be present there. He shouldn't be leading the meetings. And the head of CMH for the CMH advisory committee should not be running those meetings either. Thank you.
I know you said it earlier, name, city, and township. Sorry, you got to say it again.
Oh, yeah. Greg Pratt, District 7, Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor City, Ward 3, Precinct 29.
Great, thank you. Keep these ordinance comments coming, and this is helpful. I mean, we're still shaping this now. All right, name, city, or township, and talk to me about the ordinance.
Rita Turner Sheeran, in Andy Labar's district, Ann Arbor. I disagree with Mr. Pratt in that I question if the commission advisory group has no authority to change policy or procedure in the sheriff's office, what's the purpose of having the sheriff there? If this is truly citizen feedback, provider feedback, I would question why the sheriff should need to be there. So that's my feedback. Thank you. You have extra time.
Oh, but see, I want you to use all the time on the ordinance conversation. I mean, it was helpful. If you got anything else, I mean.
Can I get my time later?
Keep going.
I mean, I got to think some more.
Oh, okay, well. Let it cook a little bit, I guess. All right, name, city, or township, even though you spoke earlier, so I got to say it again. Keep it focused on the ordinance, please.
Karen Holman, Ipsy Township. I'm getting ready to be gavelled away, but about the ordinance. I oppose the ordinance because I don't think it's a good solution.
I'm not going to gavel you for that. I'm only gaveling when people are out of order. Anybody else? All right, name, city, and township, and ordinance, please. Keep it focused on the ordinance.
Hello, my name is Ginger Chase, and again, I live in Scioto Township. So I said it before, this is disingenuous. We don't need to do this. We don't need to have an ordinance. You have the will of the people in the community, not the will of the commissioners, but the will of the community to have a non-renewal of this millage and to split it into two pieces and see where the community wants to support this. So I think the ordinance is not a viable solution, and I think it's disingenuous to push this as the only way forward when this is clearly not the will of your constituents and the people in this county. So that is what I'd like to say to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody online?
Yes, Chair. First we have Luna Hewson.
Okay. Name, city, or township. Keep it focused on the ordinance, please. I mean, the ordinance comments are very helpful, and that's what we're looking for.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Luna. I am a resident in the city of Ann Arbor. I will keep it to the ordinance. First, I want to say that in section 5 about public safety, it says that the WCSO focuses on co-creating community wellness and safety through quality public safety and social justice services for all of Washtenaw County. I do not see that the WCSO focuses on community wellness or social justice services, and I would like that to be struck from the ordinance. It is false. The ordinance also says that the millage will be used to enable the WCSO to transcend the role of a traditional police agency. I don't want WCSO to transcend the role of a traditional police agency. They are a police agency, and I'd like to contain their authority and power to policing and not have them expand out into community services, which they should not be involved in any way, shape, or form. The ordinance also says 50% of annual millage funding will be used in a proactive manner to provide services to help individuals with needs related to XYZ. When I talked to commissioners, I was told that this 50% that's being allotted here would be a diversion or a pass-through, but I do not see any language in this ordinance that says it is a pass-through. So what I see when this list of things, mental health and behavioral services, housing and homelessness, and community violence interruption, what I see here is that the sheriff is going to get into the business of providing these things, and I do not want that. I also don't want anyone who's going for mental health services to have to go through the sheriff's office in any way. And I also don't want new programs to be created that rely on the sheriff's office portion of the millage. So then when we have this conversation again in 8 years, everyone says we have to renew this because we have to preserve these programs. So this part of the ordinance makes no sense to me. It creates the same trap that we're in, and we're going to be in the same trap in 8 years. That is all I'd like to say. I don't support the ordinance. Please change it if you have to go this route.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes, next is Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice.
All right. Name, city, or township, and please, for our benefit, keep it focused on the ordinance.
Good evening. This is Eleanor Oblin Owen from Ann Arbor. I believe that creating this ordinance is a reflection that the majority of the board is not hearing your constituents. We've stated that we want the millage to be separate for mental health from the sheriff's office and policing. That said, we have more conversation so that there's a deeper understanding, so that you better understand what your constituents are saying, and we need that time to do so. Pushing through this ordinance is not adding in that development of a community conversation to create solutions that are based on what the community needs. That said, I urge you to shorten the term of the millage rather than support the 8-year millage with this ordinance.
And that's outside the scope. Go back to the ordinance, please.
Yep, the next word was ordinance. And the
Great.
ordinance does not correct the errors of this past millage. Diving into the nitty-gritty of the ordinance as it stands, the mental health agencies and grassroots organizations should provide services, not the policing agencies. Housing is desperately needed, but this funding should not be going through a policing agency. In addition, there's ambiguity in this ordinance that's very concerning. Specifically, community violence interruption. What is that? That's 15% of the 50%. That could be anything. If this is intended to support unarmed community response, that's not clear. Violence interruption is a very subjective term. Is this the sheriff's department policing as normal, and it's just an extra 15% of the funding going to buying more guns? Or is this something that is deterring violence? It's not clear. It needs to be absolutely clear. And underlying the most important thing about this ordinance is accountability and transparency. That is not clear in this ordinance. I've heard that the Board of Commissioners sees it as overreaching for too much criticism or looking into the line item budgets. This is your job, and this is something that we really need you to do. And it needs to be clearly written in the ordinance that, there are systems of accountability through the Board of Commissioners and also through the community in a very deep and intentional way that is not directed by staff, that is very much community-based. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. We have Cornelius W.
Okay. Name, city, or township. Please keep your comments focused on the topic of the public hearing, which is the ordinance that we're talking about.
Yep, Corn, Ypsilanti Township. Again, I just kind of want to uplift and big up what was said by the last two speakers. I do think that as presented, this ordinance is at best, performative, or it's presented as a method of pacification. I don't see any genuine care in the idea that the sheriff's department should be expanding their harm reduction programs. I think just that statement in and of itself is detached from reality. The policing agencies are the ones criminalizing participants and staff in harm reduction orgs all over the state of Michigan. That when comments like that are made by the commission, it's really, really troublesome. I think that you guys need some education. You need to get into the community and really hear from folks what it is that we need from our government. And I think anytime that there's this much of a struggle with an ask that's as simple as transparency and accountability, that there's really something more problematic that's going on. And it truly does make me wonder if in Ann Arbor, which has been championed as one of the more progressive areas of the state, if we're having this much trouble asking for support from our government in an area like Washtenaw County with cities like Ann Arbor, then what does it look like for the rest of the state? It's becoming kind of disheartening, and I would love to see some action and not just empty promises from the folks who are here making these decisions.
Thank you. Anybody else? That's it. Anybody else in the room? I'm going to close the public hearing now. All right. Well, thank you all for your participation in all three of the public hearings. One of them didn't get any comments. Contrary to what they say about me on the internet, I don't like interrupting people. I don't want to interrupt people when they're during the public hearings. I don't want to gabble people out. I would like for us to have a generative discussion. It was one of the reasons why at the beginning I explained the difference between what the public comment period was used for and what the public hearings were used for. It's unfortunate. Now, the comments that were given during the public hearing, I thought were very useful, particularly for the conversation we're going to have today about the ordinance. Given that it is, in some ways, someone said it was vague. That's because more details need to be fleshed out, and that's what's going to happen through our conversation today. The point of whenever we have a new ordinance or discuss changing an ordinance, that's why we have a public hearing, to get that kind of feedback. Understand that people that don't like the millage aren't going to like the millage and aren't going to like the ordinance. But we're still trying to do the work that we can to improve the ordinance. So thank you to those of you that participated and shared very useful feedback for us, I think, in the conversation that's going to happen hopefully within the hour. And I'm going to move us on to appointments. We have none today. Consent agenda, we actually don't have any communications either, so there's really not a ton there. We need to go on the offensive and start sending more communications to others. Given that, I would look for somebody to move the consent agenda. Any discussion or pull any for separate consideration? Nope. All in favor? Any opposed? None. What? Oh, I'm being told there's a presentation. Yeah, I didn't bang the gavel yet, though. I didn't bang the gavel yet. What am I missing here? The audit presentation. We can still do it under the report of the county administrator. Audit friends, please don't leave. Banging the gavel for the consent agenda. Okay, we're gonna do the audit presentation later, if they want to do it. We want it. We do want it. All right, let's do it. Oh, I didn't know what you were doing getting up. Let's just hold off. Oh, let the auditors, yeah, the auditors probably want to leave soon. Yeah, let's do a report to the county administrator now before we get into the resolution.
Good evening, everyone. I have 3 items. We will begin with the auditor's report.
Hi.
Hello. All right. Thank you for your time tonight. Tonight, I want to present the audit, which I believe you have all of the documents that we have. We issue, I lose count, I think 7 or 8 separate reports in addition to the county's annual comprehensive financial report, and then also the single audit of the county. Not going to walk through the documents unless you want me to, but I will tell you the overall results. And again, I would also always like to thank the county, all of the staff, Tina, Tom, and the rest for working through this process with us this year. You do have a final document we issued on May 8th, was when we issued the final documents. On the reports, on each one of the separate reports, as well as the county's annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR, we issued what's considered to be an unmodified or a clean opinion. It means that the financial statements were fairly stated in all material respects, and that unmodified opinion is what you're looking for in an audit. This year, during the audit, we did have the county had to implement a new accounting standard for subscription-based information technology arrangements, basically leases for software type arrangements that are generally cloud-based, those types of things. So that was the new standard that we had to implement during the current year. We also, during this year, had to implement new auditing standards as well. So the standards that we have to use to follow in the audit. So, but again, overall, an unmodified, clean opinion, which is what you're looking for when you're doing the audit. I'll also say, I want to congratulate the county once again. When you look at this document, it is massive, it is huge. It's a lot of work that goes into it, and it's to the highest standard that you can get in the United States. You get the GFOA award for excellence in financial reporting. The way it works is last year's report, you have that certificate. This will be graded and looked at by GFOA, but I fully expect you'll continue to get that award as you always have. In the single audit, so as a part of our audit, we look at internal controls. We look at, our main purpose is to issue an opinion on the financial statements, but we do look at internal controls and have reporting requirements. Happy to say on the financial reporting side, we had no findings that we were required to report. We did have a few management letter comments this year that are in the separate letter, but those don't rise to the level of significant or material weaknesses that have to be reported in the single audit report. The other side of the single audit is related to federal awards. We're required to do a single audit over your federal awards. This year, we had 2 separate programs that we did test as a part of that audit. One was on the fiscal recovery funds or ARPA. And then the other was on CDBG program. We did have one finding related to that CDBG program related to some reporting requirements that came around several years ago, but it was the first time we had to test it in a while, and there was some reporting that needs to be done. Again, it's one of those where it's just a matter of doing that required federal report, and that should clear up the finding going forward. So again, you know, don't want to go into too much details with anything, but happy to answer any questions that you have.
Well, thank you very much. It's always great to hear we have a good, clean audit, and you expect we're going to continue our award-winning streak on the audits and our good fiscal management. Yeah.
So let me first give an apology to Nathan Balderman, who is our auditor. I didn't announce you on the front end. I think the chair threw me off my game by moving up my report, so I apologize. But I want to say to you and certainly to the team in finance, thank you for all that you do, the excellence in accounting awards, the GOFA certifications, all of those things mean a lot to this organization and this community. So just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you for all that you do. I don't know if the commissioners have any questions. If there are none this evening, certainly I will make available any kind of update that you all require. So in the future, if there are other questions, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Oh yeah, Commissioner Robbie, let's go.
Just a small question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. So there were no findings to report?
We did have one finding. We had no findings on the financial reporting side of things, but on the federal awards audit, we had one finding.
What was that? Did you already describe that?
Yeah, that one finding was related to the CDBG program. There's some reporting related, they call it FAFATA is the requirement that's out there. It's a long acronym that I don't know exactly all of it, but it's transparency reporting that was not completed during the year that we were testing.
Did that result in any compromising of federal money at this point, or is it just
No,
something that's fixable?
It's a fixable.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We're looking good. That's a fair thing to say, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, correct. We're looking good. Anybody else?
When year we found a tanks.
Yeah.
What? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank-
Appreciate your time and your work.
Thank you.
All right, continue, Administrator Dill.
Yeah, next I want to bring up Jason Fee, our facilities director, who is going to provide you guys with a real quick update on some of the energy initiatives that you all have been focused on over the last few cycles.
Energy initiatives.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on a couple of facilities management topics tonight. One is downtown parking, which I'll get us started off with, and then I'll jump to some energy and sustainability projects that we're going. I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of the entire facilities management team, from our frontline maintenance techs, skilled trades team, up to the management team as well. I wouldn't be here tonight without them. So a big thank you goes out to them. First up, got some news that we're working on. There's been a recent increase to the DDA has passed for parking rates to go up. So that is something that we have been working on over the past several months. So just a few slides here to go over some of the increases and some of the work that we've been currently working on. So we've compiled an overall parking summary package for the downtown campus. This package includes a number of historical items, contracts, amendments, letters, agreements, which, believe it or not, go back 35 plus years. So this is a pretty complex issue that we're getting all of our documents together, getting a game plan to move forward and start to roll out and bring back some recommendations and ask for feedback and steps forward on that. So I'll touch on a few of those that we're currently working on tonight. This just gives a forecast of if we do nothing, which we're definitely not going to do that, but it's going to be a sizable increase starting this year and going into the next 2 years for downtown parking through the DDA. One item I think is a real easy, item that we can put together and bring forward. So in putting together the parking package, reviewing all the data, and use reports for both internally to our parking lots and to the parking lots that we lease out. We keyed in on a few metrics, and, this slide, walks through some of the key highlights. So I think one of the first things we can do is to bring some additional county staff into our county-owned parking lots and take better advantage of those. And really, with you know, and that's considering that nothing's going to change around remote work, and we don't get started in the immediate future on space plan, because those projects could and initiatives could definitely have an impact on that potential plan. So there's several other items that we're working and we'll bring back to the county administrator and to the board for follow-up and feedback and action steps. Couple things too, again, this is sort of worst case, just some numbers of parking and what we use, both internally and again, what we lease out. We've been staying under these numbers, but you know, if things change and certain things happen, we could be in a worse condition. I don't think we'll be there, but just want to keep that out on the radar as well. Again, I mentioned, you know, we're going to bring back a couple of different options and decisions. Again, some of those will be across the spectrum as far as easy, low cost to higher, longer term cost options. Again, we're also going to continue to monitor data. We've been getting monthly reports on both our internal lots and lots that we lease out, which has been very helpful in helping us wrangle in what we have done in the past and trends and where we're looking for the future. I'm going to switch gears now and just provide a quick update on some of the sustainability work that's in progress. So a lot of exciting things here. We kicked off our building decarbonization study last week, and that was funded through ARPA and actually came in under budget. So this is a big project. The duration is it's a 20-week project to get through. We are going to be looking very deep into all the building systems and the shells and makeup of all the buildings, and also talking to some of our key tenants and departments on overall use and operations of the building. Several levels of ash rate audits will be included in this, along with reviewing our replacement plan and taking a look at equipment life cycle, where it is, and then helping us get to our electrification goal. So this will be a great project. Looking forward to diving in on this and then bringing back the results, and that will really lay out our roadmap in great detail on how we move forward. A couple other interesting things too. Department of Energy peer-to-peer learning cohort program. This has been one that's we've been in a couple different aspects. We've worked with several communities looking at our fleet and how we can electrify that, and we're also currently working with some communities on again, how we can decarbonize our buildings and best practices and share that with a number of communities across the country. A few other projects, a Saline Court expansion project that was approved. We just received bids back for that, and that would expand the facility, electrify the facility, and provide solar power out there for the facility. So we're digging into the bids on that. That's a very exciting project and one we're ready to get moving on. Couple other things also as well. We've also through the budget, we were allocated just a little over 2.4 million to install solar and some EV chargers at various county facilities. So we haven't awarded that yet. We're in the process of reviewing bids. We have several great bids on that project. And just a quick recap, that will install solar panels and EV chargers at the Towner campus, Service Center campus, and also Zeeb Road facility. So again, exciting work, great response from our vendors so far on that, and getting close to awarding that later this month. On deck then, we have a EV charging project. We're working on some final details this week of the pilot. Just to help us sort out, as you can imagine, there's a number of different types of equipment, brands, software, et cetera, and we're really trying to find one that will be robust and easy to operate and easy to continue into the future. So we're currently working on that, and then we'll also be issuing another RFP to fill in the blanks of EV chargers across all county facilities, at least get us a minimal presence. So more to come later this year on that as well. Again, some technical information. We've been working with the city of Ann Arbor, and we heard back we'll get some technical assistance about some grants that are out there. So that's super exciting. And continue to look for those outside resources that help supplement our internal funding and projects as well. A couple other quick things, just kind of operational things. Again, I mentioned the fleet technical assistance. That's been great. We've also got a draft green fleet policies and procedures almost ready to go that we'll be bringing back shortly. We've also been working to get the word out to internal county employees through newsletters and Green Team, and then continuing operationally on updating Energy Star and keeping an eye on space use and occupancy. So that's really it. Happy to answer any questions tonight.
All right, friends, any questions? Before we get to questions, I gotta say the suit is looking fantastic today. Really like the blue shirt too.
Thank you.
It's popping. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with parking and then I have questions on charging and solar, but the parking issue, they're increasing rates again. And remind me the lot across the street, what's the revenue generated from that?
The lot across the street from the party store is tied into juror parking.
Say that again?
It's tied into an agreement that spelled out juror parking.
So jurors park in all those spots?
Not in that, it's a trade. Jurors get to park in some of the other garages for use of that lot. So that's something that we're taking a
Do they
look
park
at.
for free?
Yes.
And what is can we get an accounting of what the cost of providing juror parking is currently?
Yes, we're working on it.
Have we ever projected revenue that we would attain from metering that lot or repurposing it for our own staff?
That's something that we're looking at and we hope to bring forward as an idea.
My gut tells me we're probably not getting the good end of that deal. And so I think I'd probably rather pay for juror parking separate and have that lot available for our staff. So, and then remind me the lot currently extends to, and Ashley is over Ann Street. And is it my understanding that the parking lot rests on top of was a county facility at one point that was deeded over to the city in a deal many years ago in exchange for county employees to have discounted parking?
You are correct. Yes, that was the site of the original county jail.
Yeah. And so we gave, how many years ago was that? That was what, 2002, 1998?
This goes back all the way to the mid 1980s.
1980s, okay. And so since then, we've received a discounted rate on parking from the DDA?
Correct.
And do we still receive a discounted rate?
We still do to the state.
So the
yes.
$25 is how many dollars less than the?
Our current discount is $14.90, I believe.
Okay. Okay, all right. All right, well, so I'd like to see the numbers on that for the juror parking. And how many lots is that? Or how many, parking spots?
That's about 45, 47 spots dependent, yes.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And then on the solar installation and renewable energy side, I am concerned, given some projects that have come before us recently that were given to non-union contractors, that we don't have strong enough ordinance in terms of our purchasing policy. And so I would like to, Mr. Chair, Administrator, Commissioner Scott, everybody, we need to work on this ASAP to get our procurement policy. I want it to mirror what the city of Ann Arbor does. I think they have a good model policy. And I would like the county to adopt something very similar to that.
Just to throw it at you, Commissioner Scott and I have talked about it, and we're aiming for the June meeting to have that.
Beautiful.
If that
helps.
If you think that is still nod to indicate that you think it might be possible.
I know Commissioner Scott's been a leader in this space, so.
Yeah,
And so is Commissioner Somerville, in fact.
June or July, maybe.
Okay, thank you. And then my last, unless you were gonna say something. Nope. My last topic was the charging stations. One ask that I have, that this is, as an EV driver, this has been a long standing annoyance of mine, is that when you have to pay for EV charging, I think that the payment station should clearly and conspicuously list what the rate of charging is. Sometimes these machines are complicated to have to like click through a menu of options. Sometimes the screens don't even work. And so I would like us to, if we're gonna charge members of the public that are parking when the lots are open, that we just post somewhere, you know, on the machine, how much we're charging people. So, thank you.
Can do. Thank you.
And you have firsthand experience with that, right? As a EV driver.
Yeah, one time I plugged in and about 15 minutes later was like $25 down for like not very much electricity.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think that context is helpful to share because you've experienced it yourself. So thanks for sharing that. Were you going to say something?
Don't charge at the charge point station in Lansing near the Mazda dealership off of 496.
You heard it here first, everybody. Do not charge there unless you're ready to pay a pretty penny. Yeah. Administrator Dill.
If there's nothing else for Jason, I just want to say thank you. And we'll continue the work and bring back the reporting that you all requested.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation, but before we do that, Tina, I'm reminded that the accounting team is in the room and I don't want to miss the opportunity to introduce those individuals. So.
Oh, they've
they're
left?
back. They're back.
They're back. Well, accounting team, please step forward and be recognized.
Yeah.
Come on up to the podium.
Yeah.
Come to the podium. We want you on camera. Grateful for all of your work.
Tom Sweeney, the county director, will introduce his team.
Hi, as Tina said, I'm Tom Sweeney, the accounting director. And behind me is my team that worked very closely with me, our budget team, our administration team during the audit. One member of the team is not with us today. He is otherwise indisposed. I will introduce who is here. And the member who I am mentioning is Terry Ballantyne, who many of you have worked with, throughout your time. So first, I'd like to introduce Angela Combs. She's new to our team in the current year. She came from the treasurer's office, so she's been with the county for,
2006.
since 2006. Next is Vicki Smith, that she joined our team also in this last year, that she used to work in the purchasing department and purchasing department for.
Oh,
What?
since 2022.
So we're continuing to get fresh blood in. So next is Keith Shoemaker. He's a senior accounting analyst. He is also new to our team in 2023 and has been with the county for
Since 2015, also from the treasurer's office.
And then lastly is John Newman. He's another senior accounting analyst that we have. He's been with us since 2017 He joined just slightly after I did in late 2016.
Well, fantastic. Thank you all so much for your work. Appreciate it. And thank you to Terry. Thank you to Terry, who was otherwise indisposed.
So thank you all, and back to Terry, you know, I don't want to spoil the news, and we will certainly get him back. But Terry is retiring after a long career, and Terry's one of the finest people that I've ever met in county government. And I want to say that publicly, and I'll say it again when we bring him back. But he's not here today, and I don't know if he's on vacation or not. But we will get him back before this board sometime in the very near future.
Well, we will look forward to seeing Terry and everyone else.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all for your work.
Last report will be quick. Our HR director, Guillermo Hernandez, is here. He is going to give us an update on recruitment and retention. We have a few data points that we wanted to share.
You like
Thank you.
data points.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to present the progress that we have had with the employee experience survey. Also here with me, we have Cheyenne and Abby Turpin. They are co-leading this project with me. So this is where we are. Are we? Okay, thank you, Ashley. So let me tell you that we decided to brand this survey as employee experience survey because this this initiative, it will address more topics besides engagement, and this is what I want to present today. So as I mentioned before, we selected through the RFP process a vendor who can help us to define the right questions to ask to our employees and to analyze the responses. So we selected Qualtrics, and they are coordinating this effort with Walker and Velocity. These are consultants that are helping Qualtrics on the advisory and technology part of this initiative. We also assembled a steering committee, which is represented by different members of the departments. We also have representatives from administration, the Board of Commissioners, and our labor unions. So we have a different representation there. With the help of this team, we designed the survey and the questions that we are going to ask. As I mentioned before, this survey will not only focus on engagement, it focuses on 5 different KPIs, which are engagement, experience versus expectations, intent to stay, inclusion, and well-being. These 5 KPIs are supported and connected to 25 drivers that will help us to identify which actions can help us to move the needle in terms of engagement or the other KPIs in the future. So after we define this questionnaire, it is ready to roll out. And what we will receive after the survey launches, it will be a comprehensive analysis of the responses of our employees. These responses will be analyzed with different statistical methodologies like confirmatory factors and weight analysis. So basically what we will have is for each one of these 5 KPIs, they will identify the key drivers that will help us to move the needle in the future years. So for example, this is a mock-up of the reports that we will receive. This is a demo of an unexisting organization who received or who was rated with 58% of engagement. And what we can see in this example are the 3 key drivers that can help this organization to move the needle in terms of engagement. We will receive the same report for the other key drivers, the other KPIs, which are experience versus expectations, intent to state, and well-being. The report that our department heads will receive, it will be a summary of all of this analysis. Basically, they will receive a headline stating what it is working in their departments and also what are the challenges for the future and a couple of suggestions on what to do. Something very important to mention. This survey, it will give us only the symptoms of the organization. It won't give us the solution to address those concerns. We will need to work with the department heads on second analysis. Like, for example, we will have focus groups, or we will have insight sessions with extended members of the organization. The ultimate goal for this is to have tailored action plans for each one of the departments by the end of the year. We cannot have one solution for the entire organization, because what we will see is that depending on the department, or depending on the breakdowns of the organization, we will have different needs. So that's why we want to have tailored action plans for each one of our departments. As a steering committee, and for you as executive leadership team, we will have these other reports that are heat maps, where we will be able to break down the results by groups. It could be by department, it will be by age brackets, seniority brackets, bargaining units, you name it. To ensure the confidentiality of their responses, Qualtrics has a policy that if they have less than 5 responses by any breakdown that we want to show, they won't be able to show that result. That is to ensure the confidentiality of their responses. So we won't be able to track who responded what. This is very important for everybody to know. And we will have this access to the heat maps and specific results of the key drivers by the breakdowns that I already mentioned. So where are we in the timeline of this project? So as I mentioned, we developed and designed the questionnaire. This questionnaire was shared with the department heads as well as the union presidents to get their feedback, and we addressed their concerns and their suggestions as part of the steering committee. I am presenting this before you for your approval as well, to be ready, to launch this survey, because we are ready. So the next steps is on May the 24th, we will finalize the survey. On May the 28th, we will start the communication campaign for employees to address their expectations and so they know what to expect about this initiative. And with your blessing, we will be ready to launch the survey by June the 4th. It will take around 1 month for the vendor to come back with the results and the analysis to be ready to share it with all of you. And as I mentioned, the purpose of this is to have tailored action plans by department to address the issues. Switching gears a little bit here, I want to present to you the trend of turnover that we have had for the last 3 years in the organization. And I am showing this tonight because the intention of this project is to link the results of the survey with the turnover rates. What we want to address is to see what are the root causes that are leading our employees to leave the organization. But most importantly, we want to make sure that those who stay with us, that they are engaged and they are willing to give their maximum at the organization. So what you are seeing here is a trend of turnover for the last 3 years. As you can see, we closed 2022 with 16% of turnover, 2023 10.6%, and by the end of the first quarter of 2024, we closed with 2.1% of turnover. I also included for your report a breakdown by unionized employees and the trend of turnover. And for non-union employees, you can also see the trend of turnover that we have had for the last 3 years. Again, the intention is to identify the root causes that are leading us to these levels of turnover, and most importantly, to make sure that the people who decide to stay within the organization, that they are motivated and engaged to be here. So I am open to questions or comments.
Administrator Dale, what you got?
Well, I don't know if commissioners have questions.
Well, I thought you were gonna give us a little, you'd like to give us a little sample in the beginning and lay the table.
Well, thank you for the reporting. I was going to ask Guillermo not to leave the mic without introducing his team to the commissioners.
Sure. So we have Cheyenne Duncan, who's the HR Deputy Director, and we have Abby Turpin, who is our Talent Management Analyst. So they are co-leading this project with me.
I think I ran into you on your first day or first couple of days here.
Yeah.
It was the first week. All right. Well, you're still here. You're not one of the statistics on this thing here, so let's keep it that way. All right, Q&A, it's great stuff. Q&A time. Commissioner Scott.
I have less Q, more C. Because I've been doing been to some of these meetings when I'm not at work, and just want to thank you for, I think it's been a really fantastic process to getting here. This is something that I feel like is my baby. This is a policy
It is.
that I brought to the table. I think that we've made really great choices about questions to ask people. And I love the way that you are approaching this too, to say like, these are going to create action plans, and those action plans will be highly individualized. And so I'm just so excited that we're getting this off the ground and that it's coming together. And I want to thank you so much for all your hard work, because I think I added a huge thing to your workload, and you're doing a great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Robbie.
And thank you, Commissioner Scott, for advocating for this. Appreciate you. This is wonderful. Thank you, Guillermo and team, for all of your work on this. One comment and a question. The comment is, thank you for including union leadership in your process. That was really good to see. The second, the question that I had is the charts that you were just showing. I don't know if we could put those back on the screen. But just want to clarify, you had a box around Q1 of 2024. I assume that means because that's the only quarter that we have complete numbers for this year. And I assume that your Q2 number is incomplete, or is it?
It is. We are within the second quarter.
Yeah.
So this is not the final number for the quarter, and I will be happy to share it with you once we get there.
Okay. I just want to clarify because the trend seems to imply that it's bottoming out, but
Sure,
that,
sure.
I
Quarter
think
two
we-
is still incomplete.
okay. Thank you.
Hopefully it stays as
Yeah,
it
that
is
would
right
be
now.
great. That's your wishful thinking that nobody else is going to leave between now and the
Exactly.
end of the quarter.
Fingers crossed.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else? Yes. No? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Really appreciate it.
Chair, that concludes my report.
That concludes your report. All right. Here we go. It's the meat of the report, or the meat of the meeting, the resolutions. It's what all the people come to see and what all the people online tune in to watch. All right, so two things as we get into the resolutions. There's one item that we had to pull. It is the urban county item. It's under single reading. It is single read 3B, a resolution to approve amendments to the Washtenaw Urban County's annual action plans for fiscal years 2018, 2019, and 2020 from the Office of Community Economic Development. Urban County wasn't able to get quorum at a recent meeting, so they weren't able to have the meeting to vote to approve this to send it to us. So we can't vote on it yet. So we're pulling it. The other item is an addition, is a supplemental on here under a single reading. E, it's a resolution requesting that the Michigan legislature support the state Senate's local prosecutor support line in the fiscal year 2025 budget. This came at the request of the county prosecutor, who is, I believe, still online and joining us virtually. When we get to that point, he will have some words to say about that. With that being said, let us move into resolutions. I look for somebody to move the. Commissioner Somerville can move the first reading. No, I'm not. Good question, though. I'm going to look for somebody to move the first reading resolutions. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to make the following resolutions. Let me go to the right page. Wow, I raised my hand and I was not ready. Of first reading resolutions, this is 9(1)A, a resolution updating the mental health and public safety preservation millage policy ordinance. 1B, resolution placing the restoration and renewal of the mental health and public safety millage on the November 5th, 2024 general election ballot. C, a resolution creating one FTE Director of Elections position within the County Clerk Registrar's Office. D, a resolution ratifying the electronic application submission to the Michigan State Court Administrative Office for the fiscal year 25 Michigan Drug Court Grant Program. E, a resolution accepting the City of Ann Arbor Weatherization Assistance Program Grant from the Office of Community and Economic Development. F, a resolution approving the amended Washtenaw County Pollution Prevention Regulation from the Health Department. And that is all the first readings.
Thank you. Anybody want to second that? Okay, let's give Michelle a moment here as we pull. I'm sure someone will pull one or more for a separate consideration. You ready? Team's ready. Anybody want to pull any for separate consideration? Commissioner Sanders. A. Great. Anybody else? B. Anybody else? F. Any other ones? Everybody's shuffling papers. Good opportunity to plug board portal. User friendly. All right, has everybody figured out, is that it? A, B, and F? Okay, well, let us engage in a rich discussion about C, D, and E. In the meantime, any questions about C, D, or E, comments? Does the clerk's office want to say anything about C? I think this is happening for obvious reasons, solemn, but joyous reasons.
I'm available to answer questions if, I think the memo covers it pretty well.
Memo does cover it. Anybody have questions, comments? Any questions about C, D, or E? Seeing none. None. Okay, thank you. All right, well, it's a voice vote. All in favor? All right. Any opposed? None. Okay. Time to get to it. Well, we will begin our discussion with A. A as in apple, a resolution updating the mental health and public safety preservation millage policy ordinance. It is A. All right. See you later, Ed. Thank you for your service. Yes. Trish, thank you. And thank you for what will be more service. Comments on A, discussion, starting off with A here. So this is the item that we just had the public hearing on, where we got a lot of valuable feedback on that. And gonna have, no, I'm not. No, A, we're on A. Yeah, A is the ordinance. So a lot of, as people have mentioned, and I articulated a timeline on this months ago, we had pushed out voting on this millage to allow more time for public participation and comment both here and other places. And then there was a lot of discussion around wanting to have changes to the ordinance. We've already voted on 5 other millage renewals that have been put on the ballot already. But we're here to talk about the ordinance along with the millage here. So we're talking about the ordinance first because we wanted to take as much time to get feedback as we could. With that, we can go Beaman first. Caroline was first. Caroline was Commissioner Sanders.
I'd like to hear Beaman talk, but I'll go. I have a couple of questions. One is, what is the definition of what is good cause? That's listed in both, under both. So it talks about being able to remove members. I'd like to know what an example of good cause is, because it's extremely broad. I also noticed that there is no mention of a 2/3 commissioner vote to remove or to get rid of one of the advisory. It's not consistent. So in the first half, under the public safety, it talks about the commissioners with 2/3 vote can dismantle the advisory committee, but I don't see that listed under the mental health. And then lastly, I have serious concerns about the percentages that are listed here in terms of where the 50%. And I'm just wondering, what is the science behind those percentages? Where'd that come from? And I have a concern that it may be actually tying the hands of being able to get some work done by these percentages that don't seem to have anything to back them up.
Okay, I think you have 3 questions there. Let me see if I can, I believe that Commissioners Labar and Somerville may be able to answer some of that because I know they put significant effort into developing some of much of the language here. The first question, let's see if we can address the one around good cause. Is that a Michelle question?
I did not draft the ordinance. However, I would suggest that that probably means something like excessive absences from meetings. That would be
Commissioner
the
Somerville
only thing.
is gesturing at me in an attempt to answer the question, I believe. So please, yes, Commissioner Somerville.
We didn't change that part of the ordinance. The only changes were made to the section 5 and 6 were what we worked on. The rest of that was already there.
Hold on, let me try to get the good cause part answered first. Commissioner LeBar, you want to answer that?
Yeah, I think we could reference the board rules that we pass every year. That contains an item 9, attendance at boards and commissions. That 2/3 majority vote. That's primarily though for attendance. Michelle, I would ask if you, in your role as corporation counsel, had suggested language that would be, broad enough to capture most reasonable circumstances, but not, so broad it's meaningless. I think if somebody disrupted meetings routinely, if somebody didn't attend meetings routinely, if somebody endeavored to make those meetings more detrimental and not effective, something like that.
I could come up with language to address that, to make it a little bit more specific, but flexible enough.
Okay. Commissioner Sanders, does that answer your question related to the good cause piece?
It does. I just think that it's so broad that if you try to institute it, you're just gonna have an ongoing fight. And we need to give examples so that people have some understanding. And if we're gonna tie them to the board rules, we should say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is why we're having this conversation, because it's a first read at this point. If we pass it through first read, it can come back on second read with many of the changes that we're talking about here. Commissioner Sanders, you had raised a question around the 2/3 piece. Could you say a little bit more?
So, number 1, these pages aren't numbered, but 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth page. Number 1, the county board may terminate CMHAC under approval, upon approval of 2/3 of the county board elected and serving. But it does not have that same clause, or maybe I'm missing it when it comes to the second half of this ordinance.
I mean, if it's not there, it's not there. So,
You should just be consistent.
but yeah, I would agree with that. So, I mean, there are a couple of ways we can handle some of this. It could be someone could make, aim to amend it now, or we can hear the feedback and then I can bring back something next time that contains that information. Commissioner LeBar.
So while we're on that point, then just a quick bit of reference. In 2017, we had that there, I'm going from memory, to recognize the fact that CMH was an entity that didn't have an elected officer empowered by voters at its charge, but rather a department. I'm fine if we want to make both subject to that 2/3 requirement, or if we wanted to remove it from both, if we want to be consistent. The bigger point to me, and maybe this would alleviate some of the concerns Commissioner Sanders is raising, is that the primary policy and fiduciary body of this organization is and will be the board per state constitution. And that was really a reflection in the past that we are the final authority, but happy to see that amended either to be in line with the CMAC or just not mention the ordinance at all.
Okay, Commissioner Sanders.
I just need consistency. So I understand the elected piece. However, that statement is specifically referencing the advisory boards. So if you're gonna have one, you need to be consistent for both.
I'm hearing yeses and nods on the other side of the table here. You had a third item related to the percentages. I don't know if you want to say more about that, or if that's an item that Commissioner Somerville wants to say something about, since that's where those percentages came from, or if you have an idea around changing them, or answer I think Commissioner Somerville, you can attempt to answer the question that Commissioner Sanders asked around where did the percentages come from, or not, but there was a question there.
I mean, it's based off of both feedback and what we know we need to invest more in rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. We know that community violence interruption is working and we're not spending that much money on it right now. And we're gonna run out of one-time dollars that we've already allocated towards it. So if you look at the percentage and you look at the overall capture of the millage, that would be, yeah, I don't have the math, but I mean, we know that we need to spend like at least $1 million per year on things like rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. And we know that we need to invest in long-term community violence interruption strategies. So these things are already being funded by the millage. This would just bolster that funding. And then on the mental health side, I would say this is an attempt to redirect funding to help increase the existing programs that are already intertwined with mental health, but also to offer more mental health related programs, specifically for deputies, specifically more more mental health access for people inside our jail. So it is an attempt to redirect 50% towards non-traditional police mechanisms to promote public safety. And that would also not impact, the change. We wouldn't have to rewrite the millage if we redirect within the ordinance. So that was where those numbers came from.
Before
And I would also just add that, after all of the things that we have seen in the last year and a half, 15% isn't enough for rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing. It's just the start.
Yeah, before I go back to Commissioner Sanders, I think her question is not necessarily why the 15% or the 50%. It's really clear that the idea is to split it 50-50 between the traditional police services for the 50%. I think the question is more around the 50% that's being allocated for those other services. Why 20 for one and not 15 for the other? Like, why not 20 for community violence interruption work? Like, was that what your question was, Commissioner Sanders? Or
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what the science is, and I think that it's kind of hog tying. I think that you can achieve the distribution of that 50% without a percentage. I think you can achieve that by language that indicates that you want an emphasis to be put on those areas based on the need. We don't know. We don't know how the need may change or fluctuate. And when you're putting it into specific percentages that are not tied to any, like there's no data being attached to this. It's just kind of, well, I think it should be this. And I don't know that that's distinct enough.
No, I mean, I understand that point and largely agree with it, that you have the 50% that's set aside and needs may change within the community. More may need to go into housing from the 50%. More may need to go into community violence interruption work. More need to go into some of the mental health services. So I understand the point and agree around how that may create challenges there. Commissioner, are you done, Commissioner Sanders, for now?
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman and then Commissioner Labar.
Thank you, Chair. All right, mine is more around the language, so I might be, picking this part a little bit early. But in response to what we heard specifically around public safety, so I am in section 5, the first paragraph under public safety. The second line was addressed by one of our callers. I'm wondering if we can rephrase this. Sorry, guys, I teach communications at Okay, so words matter. This is why I'm in this space. All right, so after 25 local units of government, the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, can we change this to state aims to co-create? As we're saying, or we're hearing from the public that we're not there yet, but this is our goal, this is our aim. So that's number 1. Number 2, and this might be too prescriptive, but I just wanted to put it in here, that next paragraph under public safety that starts with the support. This last line, to accomplish this upstream impact of annual millage funding will be used in a proactive manner to provide services. Could we add something in here, either through partner organizations or in partnership with organizations? As again, there was a comment from the community that they didn't want the sheriff's office to create housing. And that's not the aim, but that might be too prescriptive, and I understand that. But I just wanted to put that out there in response to what we heard. So again, it would read something like, 50% of annual millage funding will be used in a proactive manner to provide services through partner organizations to help individuals with needs related to.
I like it. Better, more clear, more clarity, the better. All right. I think someone's taking, well, that's Bryce is taking notes on all this stuff. Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Chair, forgive me, just procedurally, was Commissioner Beekman, were you making that second point as a motion to amend it or just thoughts?
I mean, I definitely would like to amend the first to aims to co-create. And then the second, I think I would actually look maybe to corporate counsel if that is being too prescriptive in the ordinance. I don't want to.
Could you recite how you would like it
Sure.
to read?
Before you say that, I mean, would it be easier, do you think, for us to have the discussion and then come back at the second read with it? Or do you feel like you wouldn't want to vote on it unless we make the change to it right now? Because as we continue having the discussion, some of the stuff we could change before it comes back for second reading, and then, or if you want to make it right now, where I'm ready to hear your motion.
I mean, I'd like it to be included in the next reading. So whatever the easiest step for that to be, I will make.
It would still have to be made as a motion for next meeting anyway, but you could do it as an omnibus motion.
Yeah. But I expect other people have other things too. Do it, have it.
We can take your concerns, collective concerns, and make a second draft, and then we could substitute that in full before the second reading occurs.
I expect that through the conversation, there will be things that you just said that probably most people or everybody would agree with, since it's making language clearer. But then I think there might be other items such as removal of the other percentages, since it's, and just keep it, you know, here's a whole bucket for 50%, that might generate some need for amendment. It's just my guess. I kind of think yours is the easier one. Just reading the room. Okay, anybody else got anything? And it's while people are thinking, I know you do. I would be disappointed if you didn't. Commissioner Sanders, did you want to make some sort of motion to the effect of what you talked about earlier? Or was it just to begin the conversation on it?
I'd like to make a motion that we remove the percentages and replace it with maybe some directive language.
Which percentages? All of them, including the 50%? So there's really two sets of percentages here. There's the first one that's 50, that says 50% basically for policing services. And then there's the buckets for the non-policing services that add up to 50%. So are you talking about the 15, 15, 20? Or are you talking about the 50, 15, 15, 20?
I don't like any of them, but specifically the 20, 15, 15.
Okay. So you want to, just to clarify the motion, you want to remove those, and then you want additional language. I would need to know what the additional language is. Maybe you should do just the percentages and then hit the other language next.
I don't think she knows you're looking at her.
I was leaning over at you. My recommendation to Commissioner Sanders is that because I think it's two separate things that you're talking about here is the removal of those percentages, and then you said other language that we need to know what that language is.
So, okay, so I think my overall concern is that as of yet, we've gotten no evidence that there's been any sort of malfeasance or abuse on the part of the sheriff's department related to this millage. And so now we're trying to essentially handicap by, you know, things change. And so to try and lock them into a percentage for this or that, and we can say that, you know, it's not their job to deal with housing. However, I also have not been I have not received any information that indicates that they are not working in partnership with community mental health and that they're acting as a lone actor. That has not been shared in all of the public comment. It's been people's dislike, but there's been no evidence brought forth that, you know, they're not trying to do their job or do their best. And so these percentages are concerning to me because, as we know, just like one day we were all free to leave and go about, and then COVID hit. And the very next day we were all on curfew and lives changed overnight. So these percentages lock the service providers into a space that I'm not comfortable with in terms of them being able to service our residents.
Okay, so I'm looking for clarity on what the motion is. Yeah, so.
I just have a question legally, point of order. The ordinance is the ordinance that gets put out that people can look at when they're thinking about whether to vote for this renewal of this millage. Once the ordinance is there and the millage is voted on, say let's propose it passes. Can we revise the ordinance after that point?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is yours a point of order too, Commissioner Labar? Or you want me to? Yes. Say it.
I think Commissioner Sanders made a motion. Has that been seconded for purposes of discussion?
What, not yet. I'm trying to figure out here what all is included in the motion. So it sounds like what you're referring to is what would be on page 1, 2, 3, 4. Page 4, the highlighted portion on the list. That's highlight. So where it says 1, mental and behavioral health services 20%, 2, rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing 15%, 3, community violence interruption 15%. I think what your motion would be is to strike the 2015-15. Is that correct?
No.
That's not correct.
No, I'd like the percentages struck altogether.
What other ones are you referring to?
You got 50% on here, right?
That 50% there is the 20, that 50% number there is the 2015-15.
Okay.
Yeah, so the way this is written right now is that 50% goes to what I think people would describe as traditional policing services. And this is the second 50%. And the second 50% here is being prescribed in that 2015-15. So if I'm hearing you correctly,
Strike that.
you were trying to strike the 2015-15.
Mhm.
Okay, and then you had mentioned that we're almost there. Look, for somebody to attempt to second it. You had said something earlier about wanting something different with language. Can you clarify that, or?
I think it needs to be finessed, but what I'm saying is that I think we can remove the percentages and still use language to indicate the priorities that we want that 50% to be used for without saying 20 here, 15 here, 15 here. Because that allows the service providers to have some sort of nimbleness if things change.
I don't know that you need additional.
Do a point of order. Like,
Sure.
clearly it's not a motion that's been proposed and you guys are having a dialogue.
Well, I think her motion is the 2015-15. We're strike 2015.
There, you're talking about other language. I just want to be clear what the motion actually is. And if there isn't a motion, perhaps we should give Commissioner Sanders time to develop the motion.
Fair enough. I'm sure that's what I'm trying to get is what the language is. The second point when she asked the question.
My motion is to remove the percentages.
Tell me what percentages again, the 2015-15.
15.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, discussion on the 2015-15 removal. Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. This ordinance is a mechanism to preserve and grow trust with all the parties involved, primarily the voters and the residents, as well as the elected stakeholders and staff. To me personally, the one division I do not want to get rid of is the overall 50% allocation of the sheriff dollars as part of this millage. That's really to ensure, one, that half of it is spent on what I think are progressive endeavors that align with community values or a majority of community values. But it's also candidly to keep that other part from not rising above 50%, which is really, you know, the offset this does provide in terms of contracting costs. So I would be open to removing the 20%, 15%, 15% designation and relying linguistically on highlighting those three areas. If we're clear, there is still that division of those millage dollars between traditional police endeavor and, you know, sort of progressive reform related programs. I think that's what I'm hearing from Commissioner Sanders. Is that everyone else's understanding? Because if it is, that would give me a chance to support that.
That's my understanding, and with the back and forth I was having with her is I don't know if additional language is needed if that's what the intent is. Commissioner Robbie.
So as a point of clarification, if this amendment were to pass, the resolution would read, to accomplish this upstream impact, 50% of the annual millage funding will be used in a proactive manner to provide services to help individuals with needs related to, and then there's going to be a blank, and then it's going to say the millage allocation will further bolster. Or
No, it would.
You're just striking the in
percentages.
parentheses, the percentages.
Correct. So the buckets of services still exist. It's just not prescribing the percentages to each bucket.
So procedurally, in the organizational flow of things, how will those be determined?
Well, that Commissioner Labar, I mean, that's part of the, go ahead.
Determine that we've met or determine that
What the
something
percentages will be.
qualifies for that?
How will the percentages be, well, both, but how will the percentages be determined? Who then gets to set that?
Those would come in with the dollars from equalization, or the numbers from equalization. So I suspect it's gonna collect 22 million.
No, I
from the
guess
next-
I'm saying like, who sets, so we're saying you have to spend 50% of the money on those three areas. So who's deciding what percentage goes to mental health? What percentage goes to rapid rehab? Who decides that?
That would be a policy decision ultimately of this body per the annual budget approval process.
Commissioner Summer, you're trying to add context, I think.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about why I proposed this. You know, I respect a lot of the work that has been done with the existing millage within the sheriff's office. When we were given a presentation at the end of last year, I mentioned that I wanted us to spend more on permanent supportive housing, and Sheriff Clayton increased the funding line for the reentry housing through Avalon, and I think that's great. I know that we need to be spending more on permanent supportive housing. And so that 15% number is just to increase the overall funding across the board for both rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing, because we know that we actually save more dollars if we invest more money in permanent supportive housing rather than seeing people cycle in and out of the emergency room, in and out of jail, in and out of shelter. And so this is actually to save us money in the long run. And then additionally, same thing with community violence interruption. This is new work being done in the county. Many of us just recently attended the annual summit. We know that we need to consistently have dollars there to continue stretching that work. And then same thing with mental health and behavioral health services. I think I propose this because it's a way to actually promote public safety in ways that we haven't invested significant dollars before, and we have an opportunity to do that. No one ever asks what the data or science is behind buying more guns. But we're asking why we should put 15% towards rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. And I think I'll end there. That is why I propose this. We need to put more money towards things that will actually promote public safety. And I realize that we're used to not asking questions about traditional policing, but we always get so many questions about alternatives and things that actually help benefit public safety and actually will save us dollars in the long run.
Yeah, at this one, I don't think the question is about whether or not the 50% it should go to the non-traditional policing. I think it's really a question of why 20-15-15? Why not 15-15-20 or 15-20-15? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that I think if we're gonna take off the percentages, if that's, since that's the motion here, I'd like to see us maybe follow that. I appreciate what Commissioner Somerville is saying about how each one of these things impacts public safety. I am cognizant that this is a public safety and mental health millage. And so I guess at some point, if this motion passes, I may propose that we add language here that a plurality of that 50% then is spent with mental and behavioral health services. And then the remainder on rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing and community violence intervention. It's not necessarily saying the majority, but like the plurality of that money, recognizing that this is at its heart, a millage about public safety and mental health. And so I'd just like to see that. That's why I appreciate the breakdown that was initially here, that mental health and behavioral services did have the plurality. And so eventually I'd like to get some language back in recognizing that. Thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Sanders, right? Beaman, you didn't have a hand up. No, Sanders and then Robbie.
So one of there's, we're talking about in these three areas, but we don't talk about education or employment. I mean, that is part of the issue, right? So you can be returned to society and we can put you in rapid rehousing, but what good does that do if you don't have a job? Or if you have a learning disability, which makes it even more difficult, possibly layered onto mental health issues. So I don't like the percentage because it hog ties and things can change. And we as the commissioners have the right to require reporting on behalf of both community mental health and the sheriff's department related to the public safety. And so if we can amend the ordinance language, I don't understand why we are not trying to allow the people that are boots on the ground to have the flexibility to do what they need to do without us hog tying them in advance. They have the right to come back to us and say, this isn't quite enough. We need more, or we need your permission to make some changes. That's my concern. And I actually would love to see some of that funding being utilized for education and employment.
Okay. Commissioner Robbie and then Commissioner Beaman.
So a few thoughts, I guess. My thought is sort of the opposite, which is if we can change this at any time, then why not have this be reflective of something that we like as a board? Since we are the fiduciary for the county, I like to remind people of this, but we do get to decide how this money gets spent ultimately. And so why should we not have this ordinance reflect our values? So I appreciate Commissioner Somerville for attempting something. I think that we should debate the percentages, but I do think that we should have percentages in there of some kind. So that is sort of my first thought on this. I will say, again, not a popular sentiment, but I really feel like we're doing a lot of shoehorning here. We're trying to accomplish a lot of things under the umbrella of public safety, that really we should be just sending the money to CMH, which again gets back to what I've been saying since day one, which is I think a new millage would be a lot cleaner because it helps to accomplish the goals that we have as a board clearly without having to shoehorn that into an ordinance, which is frankly kind of sloppy, but it's what we feel like we have to do, I guess. But I just wanted to say that. The concern that I have though is I think there's this sense in terms of what's being said that we get a real decision in this, and on paper we do. But if you pull up the budget that we vote on, it is a line item that is very high level in the sheriff's office. We don't have a detailed accounting of how the money is spent in terms of what we actually vote on. And so to say that we actually will have a say on an annual basis with this is actually really sort of disingenuous. Like we vote on the omnibus budget for the whole county and it's one big line item that says $5 million for the millage, but there really isn't a breakdown of how that money is being spent. So I think outlining in the ordinance percentages is actually very important because we don't really get that decision made later on. I would like to add language. I have a later amendment that I'd like to make about adding language for us to have that opportunity to review a line item budget for a vote annually. But I do think that including percentages is important.
Okay, Commissioner Beaman.
I might just be muddying the water a little bit, so feel free to tell me that I am. But piggybacking on what Commissioner Sanders said, I mean, I would be in favor of if we wanted to add a bullet, a fourth under 1, 2, 3, mental rapid community violence, that was around reentry, transition, and education. And then if we were going to add percentages, that would be 4 sections that adds up to, if we were doing this equally, I'm not saying we have to, but that'd be 12.5 for each. And then one wouldn't be weighted heavier than the other. It would
Okay.
still be prescriptive, so.
All right, well, hold on to that one, since we're on this amendment that we're gonna have to eventually vote on this to eliminate the percentages or not, but then bring that up after. Okay. Anybody else before we vote on this? No. Commissioner Masiewski.
Just a random thought. What, regarding 1, 2, and 3 and the percentages, would there be comfort if you maybe set the percentages as a floor? Is maybe 15, 15, 15 or 10, 10, 10, but leave a little bit of discretion in there. But you're setting floors.
Yeah.
So maybe that gets, part of my concern overall is when you look at the year 2031, 2032, as we get later on in the millage, my hope is that we're actually impacting some of these things and maybe, you know, the allocations need to be different. So I'm just trying to think of a way where we could make a statement about a certain amount of the millage going to these areas, but yet leave a little bit of discretion from year to year.
I mean, I like that. I mean, it's, I think the challenge that we're having with this is what if, you know, in a great world where maybe state and federal government said, here's all the money in the world that you need for rapid rehousing, but then we're still locked into a certain percentage. Or maybe there's an emergent need or a crisis for one of these other areas, and then we put a cap on it, right? So that could be of value. You didn't have a hand up, Commissioner, or you did earlier, but you're relinquishing it. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I hear the concern with if something happens and we have that, but as my point of order when I asked earlier, the ordinance is changeable. This is it's a living document to continue. And so I think that that's important to keep in mind. We are not voting on 10 commandments carved into stone. I do have a question about mental and behavioral health services, and just if we conceive of in that bucket, substance use being in there. Yeah, okay, I see Commissioner Somerville shaking, nodding her head, that substance use is conceived of being part of that. So, so again, just to note though, that this is all fluid. And I do think that there is something to be said for, people that came to discuss this at the board table. And when we talked about revising the ordinance, it was because people wanted more oversight of this money and the process of trying to have more oversight of what was being done with this money, specifically for mental health, is one of the reasons I became very excited about Commissioners Labar and Somerville doing this work to try to have that oversight in the ordinance. And I think this is what this is attempting to do. Whether or not we need to put percentages or not, I still think we need to call out areas that we're concerned about and recognize that if there was an influx of money for rapid rehousing, God, your words to God's ears, then we can change things in this ordinance as we go forward.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner Somerville, then Labar, and then Robbie.
I was just going to reiterate that the ordinance can be changed. So if things in 6 years from now, we eliminate homelessness in Washtenaw County and we have an excess of affordable housing units and enough social workers doing wraparound support for people who need wraparound support in their housing, then I would love to shift funding. And maybe I'm just jaded by all of this, but I'm not convinced that in 10 years, these problems are going to be solved. I want us to have enough support and resources to make our communities whole. And so I would love to I want to believe that. I want to believe that one day we won't need to spend millions of dollars a year on permanent supportive housing. But the whole point of permanent supportive housing is longevity and making sure people stay housed. That's why people who have been living with Avalon have been there for 30 years. The support will always need to be there for people who need that type of support, people who have suffered from chronic homelessness, people who have substance abuse disorders, people who have other disorders such as, mood disorders that can lead them to situations where they upend their life, they lose their job, and that's how they often get cycled in and out of homelessness. And so the whole point in investing in permanent supportive housing is to keep people housed. And the reality is that those folks need long-term support. That's the whole point in the work. So just wanted to highlight that. And again, just reiterate, we can change the ordinance if things magically get better in 8 years.
And I mean, I would remind everybody too, we're not talking about decreasing from 50%. I mean, it's a solid 50% for these three things. So I think similar arguments could be made for community violence interruption work and mental and behavioral health services. Those are long-term needs. Commissioner Labar.
Chair, I think whether we remove those three sub percentages or not, this would be, to my recollection, the only police related funding endeavor like this in the country where you are proactively prescribing these sorts of outcomes in terms of the spending. The point was made, so I'm happy to vote for the amendment. If it passes, great. If it fails, great. We'll keep going, because to me, like you said, that 50% allocation is really the most important one. To the comment earlier about the depth of budgets that we see at this table, much of the iterations we've seen with this ordinance have been in response to multiple inputs, both in this room, in community meetings, in conversations we've had with electeds, with each other, with a number of sources. One overriding thing that's been raised is the desire to have a better sense of, hey, what are we budgeting on? What are we getting with these dollars? So no, an ordinance is not a line item budget that accounts for every staple. That's absolutely true. But what it does do that we don't have right now, it gives us at every budget opportunity once a year a chance to revert back not just to what we want to do in the moment and what we think is right just on our own, but also an overriding document that says, hey, this is the direction we're going with these funds. Did we meet the mark or not? And it, as Commissioner Scott said, it's not set in stone, but it is, like we've used in the past, a marker for voters and for interest groups in the community that are going to have a weigh-in on this that's going to matter to say, you know what, to the extent they are able to, they're making a good faith argument and effort to all of us to say, we're going to do it the right way. And here's the written document so that if we try and pull back out of that, you can say, no, don't. So a bit of my frustration here is just that we are never going to get to a perfect answer to a complicated and imperfect problem. But honestly, this ordinance amendment is big progress, is big change. And I appreciate the work Annie's put into this because candidly, we're going to have plenty of constituents who will take a look at this and they may not be in the voting majority, but we all have that one uncle or whomever that is just going to say something like, why are you spending your money that way? Blah, blah, we just, buy bullets, bars, and billy clubs and be on with it. This is progress. This is good. So I'm gonna vote for the amendment, and regardless, I'm gonna keep making progress here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Commissioner Robbie, and then it might be time to vote.
I guess getting back to my original question though, like who decides then?
Well, I mean, I guess that the expectation would be around the advisory body would make recommendations, but go ahead, Commissioner Labar. I think you have an answer to the question.
I do. And Yusuf, I want to credit you with making this point in several meetings. Ultimately, the 9 of us would decide. We would have to, at every annual budget adoption process, say, does the detail here before me now accord not just with what I want, but what the ordinance says we will do? And we would have to take a look at that budget and make that decision. I would argue, though, that it will almost out of necessity mandate a more detailed set of budgets coming from the sheriff's office, from other entities that interact in this ordinance language. So to some degree, it will give folks like you greater amounts of information. It will give you something to point to beyond personal preference. And it will give you a vote to walk this back to say that you and others made this change happen. So I would reiterate my previous answer and try and convince you it's sufficient.
Well, where in this ordinance does it speak to what is going to be presented to the board? What are we going to see on an annual basis? And where is the language in here that says that? Because right now what we see is one line. How does this change that?
Well, Commissioner Robbie, I mean, I think that it's a good comment, but I mean, that's not necessarily germane to the.
It is germane to the percentages because my question is who decides? And the answer is the board decides. And my question is, how does the board decide? If we get one line item, how do we decide? We get a line item for the overall $5 million. How do we decide on how this 50% is spent? So what is going to be presented to us under this ordinance?
Do you want to respond again?
I mean, I would seek Commissioner Somerville's counsel here too, but Commissioner Robbie, I think that is an open question in terms of how detailed we want to get from a prescriptive fashion here now. But I suspect it would be similar to any board memo we have that has the background information and the relevant resolution. And I would assume a presentation or presentation, in written format from the sheriff's office.
But where in this ordinance does it speak to what the sheriff is going to actually present to us?
Commissioner Somerville, did you want to respond?
I think the intent was to have the advisory body, which 3 commissioners will be sitting on, to start that process and come up with, a plan. We obviously have the new reporting requirements that we approved a few weeks ago. But really 3 commissioners would be there from the start with the folks identified in the list of people here. And I think we could, and this might be separately, like coming up with some, with another section, requiring, I guess, setting parameters around that process. But the assumption would be that Like, for example, if we put out an RFP for rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing, those would be reviewed by the advisory body and recommendations would be made to the sheriff. And then if those get added into the budget, that's what we get. We get the budget to review. And at that point, we could make changes if we needed. But the way that this is set up, 3 commissioners will be at the table from the beginning to end of that process.
But at the end of the day, we're supposed to decide as a board of 9.
Yes.
And so my question is, I'm still not getting a good answer on how will this be presented to us to make this decision?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
And there's a difference between intent and what's written. Like, so I understand intent, but I want it.
So I think
Written down.
technically speaking, right now, we would not, the recommendations would not come from the advisory body to us before being recommended in the sheriff's budget. The recommendations would be made by the advisory body, presented to the sheriff. The sheriff would then potentially or not potentially include them in their budget proposal to us. And then when we get that, that's when we could,
Commissioner LeVar wants to
What
jump
is-
in.
What does the budget proposal look like? What are we prescribing that the sheriff present us in terms of the budget proposal?
Annie, forgive me, I think section 5 speaks to that. Because I know we kind of tried to grapple with that a bit, but use of the relevant words there would be, the sheriff will take this plan under advisement and include it as part of the annual millage investment plan to be submitted to the Board of Commissioners for consideration and adoption as a component of the board's annual budget process. So that would mean on an annual basis, it would be a presentation specifically for within the sheriff's annual budget, aggregate 60-some million dollars. Here is half of the millage funds and how they're being spent in accordance with the ordinance. That would then be our, option as a board to say, good, sounds good. Hey, make these changes, or, no dice, we're not approving it. But that would be the process to get us to that decision point.
Okay, I mean, I think the language does not specify that, what is to be submitted. It says, as part of the annual millage investment plan, and nowhere in here do we instruct the sheriff to submit an annual millage investment plan.
Do you want to modify it to say, the sheriff will take this plan and include it as part of the written annual millage investment plan to be submitted to the board?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can, I'm open to crossing that bridge later too, if we want to dispense with this amendment. And then
I'd like to, dispense with the percentage amendment. And then Commissioner Beaman had a potential amendment after that relates to the buckets. But that's after.
So to my question though, back to the percentages, then who decides if we're contracting with outside entities? Who's making the decision about which entities we contract with? Who's running the RFP process?
Commissioner Somerville.
county staff. The advisory board wouldn't be in charge of that. They would review.
I think we need to be prescriptive about that in here. If our intent is for sheriff's office or administration or purchasing, what process are we gonna follow? And who is gonna create that process? Who's gonna create the RFP? I think we need to say that.
I hear you.
Yeah, thank you. We, just for background, there were a lot more details initially in the 3 buckets on referencing RFP processes, but we took them out for the purpose of tonight to have a conversation with like a blank canvas. I do just want to clarify, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what we approved a few weeks ago, but we're requiring all millages to provide a 4-year plan and budget and annual report. And so I think that's already covered. And similarly to what we did last year, we had a proposal, we had an annual report, and then we had the budget proposal presented to us for both parts of this millage. And so none of that's going to change. And in fact, we've increased some of the transparency around that already a few weeks ago with the resolution that we passed. The points around like the RFP process, I think are good. I do think that like there's a little bit of difference that we need to better understand because the sheriff's office is run by somebody who's elected countywide. And so if we want to set the parameters around the RFP, I think we should, but I think we have to also be mindful of the fact that that's a countywide elected. And so I'm happy to work with you on that over the next few weeks, Yusuf. We have 3 weeks between now and our next meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Scott, I saw you had a hand up, but is it about, no, we're done? Okay. I didn't, anyone should be left out. Okay. I know. And we're good. So can we dispense with the amendment here? I'm gonna have Bryce do a roll call. So to reiterate what we're voting on now is an amendment that would strike the 20, 15, and 15 percentage points from the list. The list would still exist, those 3 buckets would still exist. It's just striking the 20%, the 15%, and the 15%. Is that clear to everybody? So a yes vote is to strike those. All right, Bryce.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now we're on to back to this amended motion now. Commissioner Beaman, did you want to make a motion here to add a 4th bucket? Or somebody else? Commissioner Sanders, you want to do it? Somebody want to do it?
I can make the motion to include or add education and employment as a bucket.
Education, employment, and just re-entry, what was it? 'Cause you had a word earlier. That was good.
Right. I said reentry, transition, and education.
Does that sound good? Do you want to say?
That's yes, can we add employment into that?
Sure.
Okay, do we have the word? So you move that, are you seconding that?
Sure.
Okay. And do we have the words written down? We have the words written down. Discussion.
Can you repeat the words?
Commissioner Sanders moved it, Commissioner Beaman seconded it, and the words were reentry, education, and employment.
I had transition.
And transition.
Okay.
Employment transition?
Yes.
Reentry, education, and employment transition.
There's commas in between each of those words. Bryce, can you say the words?
Education, reentry, and employment transition.
Can you say the punctuation?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Education, comma, reentry, comma, and employment transition.
Yes, there we go. We're good? We're clear? Commissioner Beaman.
I just wanted to, I like the idea of this bucket because it is tied very much to the work of the sheriff's office. And so I like the thought of having this included. So that's where I am, is that when we're looking at our system and wanting people to reenter, for me, that falls into, this mental health piece of, are they able to not only have that housing, but have the job that gets them the housing, or have the education, the retraining, all of that, that enables them to keep that housing. So for me, I like it. Could it technically fall under behavioral health services? Possibly, but this is calling it out explicitly.
Anybody else? Commissioner Robbie.
Can somebody explain what employment transition means?
Commissioner Beaman.
Okay. Sure. I mean, for me, I think it's anything that's going to help them get from where they are to where they need to be. So if that's, a partnership with, in my mind, Michigan Works is the obvious partner, to be able to help them gain skills that they need. I liken it to there are certain situations where if you are incarcerated, you may lose your licensing. So the job you had prior to incarceration, you no longer have. So you have to pivot, you have to do something else. How do we get them to that something else instead of just, leaving them hanging? I think this is specific to New York, but I think of a gentleman that I know of who ended up homeless because he had a mental health episode and was hospitalized, and he was a paramedic. And in the state of New York, if you have a mental health episode and are hospitalized, you can no longer serve as a paramedic. So different situations, I understand, incarceration, hospitalization, however, same outcome of he lost his employment and ended up homeless. So how can we stop that? How can we help these people, again, who may have had something prior and don't now? Simple example, if you are an accountant, you can lose that certification through a crime that has been committed or you have been accused of. So again, thinking about how could we get that person who no longer has what used to put bread on their table, something that will put bread on their table.
Commissioner Light. Oh, you have another follow-up question?
Yeah. So I guess my follow-up thought is, I'm gonna be a no on this one, and the reason is, the 50%, as we had just discussed, was to be split between these three items, and I believe adding a fourth item waters down that percentage and takes resources away from the other three items. While I believe that is an important item, as you will see on the next page, it is listed on the list of things that the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office is expected to do anyways, with the remaining 50% on item 2. And so I do not want to take it out of that 50% and water down what we're doing in these other three items, since we already have it listed on there. So I will be a no.
Okay, Commissioner Light.
Well, the jail is also expected to assist with the three items that are listed, the mental and behavioral health and rapid rehousing upon their return home, whether that is jail or prison. So, and then with the community violence interruption. So they are all of a requirement of the jail. So it would not, wouldn't make a difference if we added that fourth. It would just make sure that that funding for transitioning and education and, returning in workforce development, they all work together along with these services that will be provided and that the jail provides. So they're all provided through the jail. It would just be that fourth to be added on. So it wouldn't, even though that's in the next items of what the jail provides, they also provide those three items. They're expected to provide that.
All right, anybody else? Commissioner, hold on, beaming before I get back to this. Anybody there? You go ahead.
I am probably going to be out of order, so that's fine.
You said what?
I said this is probably out of order, so that's fine. I'm just wondering if instead of having the fourth bullet, if to Commissioner Robbie's point, if we could be more prescriptive in that second bullet point, because help incarcerated individuals prepare for success is a bit vague.
Are you, well, I'm not gonna gavel you just yet. I mean, it's seeming like you're potentially implying that you want to withdraw the motion to do something different. If you want to do that, Commissioner Sanders has to agree. Is that what you?
Right, okay. So what I was proposing was, yes, to withdraw the fourth bullet here, but to be more prescriptive in the second bullet, in the following paragraph. I guess it's the second paragraph below, where it says, and the second piece says, help incarcerated individuals prepare for success once they leave the jail. Make that a bit more prescriptive and say through transition, education, employment, something, my words are not here, it's 11 o'clock.
Are you saying you want to withdraw the motion? Are you saying you want to? Could, you have to, like, if you
Yes.
say yes, okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so
Yes.
Beaman wants to withdraw the motion. Do you want to withdraw it with her? If you say no, then we can continue talking about it. If you say yes, then we can talk about something else.
My concern or question would be, if it's not listed, then how do we ensure that it will be included?
I think the language that she mentioned would be added to the other part. Yeah, there would have to be a new amendment. Yeah. Or we could just add, if people are agreeable to that language, that could be something that comes back on the updated draft. I need a decision from you, Commissioner Sanders.
I like it the way it is.
Okay, so she declines to withdraw the motion. Okay, continue. No. We're gonna vote on it. Bryce, let's just roll call it.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
No.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Somerville,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar. Motion fails.
All right, motion fails. Great. All right, now we're back to it. Now, Commissioner Beaman, do you want to make a motion to the effect of what you said a moment
I
ago?
would like to make a motion to amend the second point under the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office will continue to collaborate closely with their partners in mental health and substance use disorder treatment to help incarcerated individuals prepare for success once they leave the jail through education, transition,
Education, reentry.
education, reentry, and employment transition.
Okay.
Yeah.
She just came up with it.
Page 5.
Yeah, yeah.
Page that we were talking about with the 3 bullets, if you flip it, it's up here. And there's 4 bullets. It's bullet 2.
Okay. And Commissioner Robbie supported it, I believe. Yes. Discussion. Commissioner Light.
Are we aware that all of these services are what the county, with the sheriff's office already, with the jail already does? So 1, 2, and 3 are already done in the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So these are services that are already provided as we help to continue with adding on to the amendment. So all of these services are provided.
Commissioner Beaman.
So my understanding in part of the ordinance is transparency, but also more clarity for those, our residents, so that when they read this, they understand what's happening. I don't know that our residents, if you polled them on the street, understand all of the things that the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office provides. So if we spell it out, it may help.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Beaman just said. That's why it says will continue. And it just points those out, to kind of acknowledge that that's already happening. Just in other parts of this, it says to further, because a lot of the stuff is already happening. We're just trying to increase.
Commissioner Sanders.
So it does, so where do we have evidence that they are currently working with institutions like Michigan Works? So when I read this, it's talking about already established relationships with certain partners, but because education and employment have not been previously identified, how do we know that they already have a working relationship?
Do you want to answer that or do you want Commissioner Robbie to answer it? Commissioner Robbie can answer it. Go ahead.
I think Commissioner Light kind of answered the question by saying that this is already being done. And so if it's already being done, that's what we're saying with this paragraph is the millage funds will continue to go to fund the services that they have been funding, inclusive of enumerating what Commissioner Beaman and I just moved.
And we're sure they're already doing that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yep, Commissioner Somerville.
Yeah, I just want to point out for clarity that this part of the ordinance says it will continue to collaborate with partners in mental health. And then it lists these 4 points. And so that would clarify that the funding set aside for mental health or behavioral health would include these 4 things.
Okay. Are we good to go? Then we're good to go now. Bryce? Oh, Commissioner Sanders.
I would just like to have the amendment read before we're calling a vote.
Okay, Bryce,
Read
can you-
it.
can you read it?
Sure. The amendment on the table for the last paragraph in section 5 of the ordinance, the second bullet point would include language at the end as follows. Through education, comma, reentry, comma, and employment transition.
All right, let's roll call it, Bryce.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have other items in their, your mind or your heart that you think need to be an amendment here, or is anything else you want to throw out here as a discussion point that could come back in a later draft? Commissioner Robbie.
I'm raising my paper instead, so you couldn't see me. I have a bunch of changes that I'd like to propose, not as amendments perhaps, but maybe we could come back and discuss them at the next meeting. And if they're not included in the next round of amendments, then I may make them as amendments at the next meeting. But on the first page, I would first recommend that we update the date and reference to the resolution. On the second page, I am a little bit struck by and now for the public's benefit, I'm discussing the CMH portion of the ordinance. But under section 3, the last item, so it speaks to crisis funding, stabilization funding, prevention funding, and then it speaks to jail services. So this is, I'm a little bit put off, I think, by the fact that we are including jail services as the financial sort of like burden of the CMH portion of the millage and not the sheriff's office portion of the millage. So I would like to see that moved to the sheriff's office portion of the millage. On the third page, I would like to see that the language be changed in the middle paragraph. CMHAC's advisory plan shall also establish benchmarks by which the effective use of millage funds allocated to address mental health needs are measured. That stays the same. The advisory plan shall be presented on an annual basis to the CMH board for its recommendations and approval, and upon approval to the Board of Commissioners, and then add as a line item budget for recommendation and approval, mirroring the language that is in there for the CMH board, so that we have an opportunity to approve the same document that the CMH board does. And then let's see. I would like to add language in section 5 for the sheriff's office that states this millage The millage fund shall not be used for the purchase or maintenance of firearms or any other weapons of any kind. And that would apply to all the millage funds. Under section 6, the advisory board, there's some discrepancy, in my opinion, in terms of the advisory board. Under section 2, it says the initial advisory committee members shall be recommended by the chair of the board and approved by the Board of Commissioners. The following sentence states, following the establishment of the inaugural committee, the advisory committee will self-govern the selection of future members with approval by the Board of Commissioners. If you fast forward to, I believe it's sub-bullet point 8, says advisory committee members shall serve 2-year terms, except that the initial 6 terms of 6 of the members shall be 3-year period for a 3-year period. The county board may reappoint members to successive terms. And then there's the piece about good cause removal, which is consistent with what is in the mental health part. But what's inconsistent is that it says in section 2 that it's self-governing and that it selects its own members. But section 8 seems to imply that the county board appoints members. So I think we should strike the language that in section 2 that says the last sentence, basically. So it would state the initial advisory committee members shall be recommended by the chair of the board and approved by the Board of Commissioners, period. And that's it. And then under section 3, I would like it to say in acknowledgement of this distinctive role of an elected officer overseeing voter-approved funding. First of all, I have a problem with that language, but overseeing voter-approved funding for the operation of a mandated county office, the advisory committee is established to serve as an advisory body to the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, and I'd like to add, and the Board of Commissioners. Then the section 5, annually, the advisory committee shall develop and propose a millage investment plan to the sheriff. The sheriff will take this plan under advisement and include it as part of the annual millage investment plan to be submitted. And I would like to add here as a line item budget to the Board of Commissioners for consideration and adoption as a component of the board's annual budget process. And I would like to strike the sheriff as a member from the advisory committee. Thank you.
Okay. Points are heard and everyone's taking note. Anybody else?
And I will say that until some of those changes at least are made, at least this evening, I don't think I can support this ordinance. But once the changes are made, if some of them are made, then I may be able to support it.
Okay. Will he or won't he? Tune in next time to find out. Anybody else? Well, then I think we are ready to vote on the ordinance as amended. Bryce, we'll go ahead and do a roll call, even though it's not necessary since it's the first reading.
Commissioner Robbie. No. Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
No.
And Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. All right, well, got through. That was the most exciting first reading I think we've done in quite a while. Who knows what's going to happen next time. Now we'll move on to B. Just to remind people where we're at, items A, B, and F were pulled. We are moving on to B, a resolution placing the restoration and renewal of the mental health and public safety millage on the November 5th, 2024 general election ballot. Discussion? Commissioner Labar.
Just for procedural purposes here, Corporation Council, if we all voted yes tonight, this is not the final vote to put it on the ballot, and that could be either not acted on at a future meeting or rescinded or some sort of more proactive response. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I plan to vote yes. Sorry, I didn't.
I'm like, oh man, thought you were gonna give a speech about how much you value the mental health and public safety millage and how it's a critical component of county government and you really love it. And you're implying I might vote no. That's not what happened. Okay, discussion. Commissioner Robbie.
I'll keep it brief. I just want to say I plan to vote no on this. I thank Commissioner Somerville for working on the ordinance. And I will be excited to see what changes are proposed in 3 weeks to the ordinance. But as it stands, I feel that we're trying to shoehorn our values into an ordinance when we have the opportunity to present a different millage to the voters. So I'm gonna be a no on this.
Commissioner Labar, coming back.
Yeah. I take a bit of issue with the term shoehorn. I think we are trying to make policy as best we can within the parameters of state law and the realities of this board table. And I have and will respect that that's going to look differently for everybody. But the use of that word sort of cheapens the discussion. None of this stuff is fun. It wouldn't be at this table if it was. And I respect the principles of everybody at this table, but I also respect that we're all trying to get something accomplished and ensure that some pretty critical funds continue to go to do the work they do. And so I would just say, I'm open to other language aside from shoehorn, and I'm open to hearing colleagues' input offline at any point in time. And I appreciate the richness of the debate tonight. Thank you.
That's sort of what I expected from your first comment. All right. Anybody else? Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I would also prefer to be voting on a new millage that is only mental health, but that's not the reality that we're living in. I know that there are votes aren't there. I was eager to work on the ordinance to try to redirect 50% of the funding towards other mechanisms to promote public safety. I'm a little disappointed that the percentages were eliminated because I think we need to be spending at least 15% on things like rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. Yeah. Again, it not fun to be voting on this, but I'm going to be doing it.
Commissioner Scott. Sorry, that was loud.
Thank you. It's all right. Just was waking us all up a little bit. I just want to direct these comments particularly to Commissioner Somerville. I know that you are a person who believes that probably this is better to be split up into 2 different villages. I think that you have seen the writing on the wall about what is going to happen at this table with the millage. And I appreciate that you have done a lot of hard work to make it better and a more iterative process in listening to the community come to us, strengthening the ordinance, adding the advisory committee, more oversights. Those are all things we heard from people who came to this body to talk. I think you've done an enormous amount of work and you've really showed what the true spirit of compromise and negotiation are in government when government works best. So I just applaud you at the work that you're doing to make this the best thing that it can be, knowing the votes aren't at the table to split this up into 2. Thank you very much for that work.
Commissioner Light.
This is not the final reading, and we still are going to come back to the table. But I know we're going to have to figure out if we're going to place this on the November ballot. So we still are in the process of getting our ordinance in order and making sure that we hear from our constituents and residents. So this isn't the end all be all on how we vote tonight. We still have room to move. We've asked that question. And so what we have here right now, it will look different in November. So we just have to remember that we are still making changes.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Beaman.
I just want to echo Commissioner Scott's remarks for both Labar, but also Somerville for bringing this forward and doing the hard work on this piece. What we see across the county is very different. And that's what I keep trying to bring to the table, the way that the sheriff is perceived on the eastern side is different than the western side. And those are different communities and they're different needs and they're different, to be quite frank, they're different services. I can't speak for the eastern portion of the county. I can speak for the southwestern portion of the county. My sheriffs do the safety knock. Is somebody okay? Is somebody, in their house alive? That's their first point, and that's not a fear when it's at that door. I understand in other areas it is. And so we're all looking at a problem from different angles, and it is a problem. And this isn't a perfect solution. I don't believe there is a perfect solution to what Commissioner LaBarre alluded to, but I do thank everyone at the table for coming together and having the discussions and bringing our different viewpoints and the different needs of our different constituents. It's why we are elected. It's why there are 9 of us and not 1 or 2 or 3 of us. There are many of us to speak for many different people. And so I appreciate that collaboration and the discussion and the discourse that we have. So thank you. But definitely thank you, Commissioner Somerville, for all your work in this.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Beaman, for uplifting that point. I mean, I think that's one of the beautiful things about county government in Michigan is that we each represent different parts of the county. I think that there are concerns, even when you look at the eastern part of the county, where, I have a different part of it than Commissioner Somerville does, and I understand that there are challenges, I think, that many of her constituents raise in the city of Ypsilanti. I'd say that constituents of mine, particularly ones that live in my neighborhood or other neighborhoods near mine, for example, when there's a shooting a few doors down from my house, neighbors in my neighborhood appreciate the sheriff's office's response, as well as other services from community mental health and things that are funded by the millage. That's one of the complicated things about the comment, as you mentioned earlier, that we hear here, but engagement with constituents in other places, and that may not be here or may not be submitting written public comment. Anybody else? Commissioner Machieski.
Thank you, Chair. So I would also, first, I want to recognize, as others have, the work that's been done to get us to this point. For many of the commissioners at the table, and I thank you for that. And it's something that's very difficult. I also want to thank the people that I've talked to and engaged with really over the last several years on this topic. It's really been a topic that people have talked about since it was initially proposed. And in my part of the county that I represent, in the northwestern part of the county, you go back to when this was initially passed, and a lot of the discussion was around the public safety component of this with contracted police services. And that is a big part of this millage for the Dexter community specifically. And I will say as well that a lot of the debate when this was posed back in 2017, Commissioner LaBarre, I have that right, 2017? Okay, yeah, you were there. Around the idea of the money being given back to the municipalities that have their own police forces. And I would just like to say, one of the reasons I am going to support this tonight is that the city of Chelsea and the Chelsea Police Department has been very deliberate about what they are going to do with these funds. And they have been through a very deliberative process and been engaging CMH and been engaging the sheriff's office and going to be using those funds to bring forward a behavioral health intervention to support, in partnership with the Chelsea School District, to bring forward additional behavioral health services in the community. And the idea that this millage will continue to support those needed interventions is a big part of why I'm going to vote for this as well. So I've got reasons on both sides of this, but I do want to say that the public safety component, the ability to do local patrol and have contracted services, is a very, very important part of this for my district. So I look forward to voting yes on it tonight and then hopefully having some more engagement around this before we do a final vote on second reading. So thank you.
Anybody else? All right, Bryce. We'll do a roll call anyway.
Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBlanc.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
No.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna say no. Okay, well, tune in June for, continued discussion on the mental health and public safety millage. Will he or won't he? Will Commissioner Robbie vote yes on the amendments? Will he vote yes or no on the millage? You can only find out if you tune in. I apologize to our friends from the health department. It is almost 11:30, but you're up. I assume it was pulled because people have questions. Commissioner Robbie pulled item F, pollution prevention regulation. I assume you have a question or a comment.
Just a point of clarity, are we voting, we're not voting on the fees, or we are voting on the fees tonight?
The fees are not a part of this. The fees are a separate thing that comes up later.
Thank you.
That's it. No, I could have went home probably. I could have told you that, Commissioner Robbie. Well, yeah.
These are in September.
Okay, anybody else have any other questions about item F? You all have a good night. I know, just go on home. Thank you. Have a good night. I'm sorry. Right, this is a, yes.
I just want to say, like, I do respect staff time but like, we have an item on the agenda that's relevant to their department,
Yeah.
so I think it's okay for staff to be here to answer questions if they're out.
They're here. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. This was what we did have a caller about in public comment about just making this an automatic send to hazmat and fire department.
Yeah, and I can speak to that if you'd like.
Great.
Awesome.
See, you didn't stay here for nothing.
Yeah. So I had an opportunity to speak to Jim Roshwell last week, and he gave me a track changes version of the regulation, which I love, which means somebody read it and like had feedback. And there are definitely a few line items I'd like to incorporate. I don't think it changes the intent of the regulation at all, but I will say the piece he spoke to tonight is something I'm still working through. He had indicated that a past version wouldn't allow that, and I will say the regulation was silent on that. We have a Freedom of Information Act, mutual agency, like none of that really addressed the issue. Our technology limited us. We received paper forms, so we didn't have a way to electronically send them. We are not staffed to then scan and send that information. So people were welcome to come in and review our thousands of paper files, but that was not an efficient use of their resources. With our new reporting system, we do hope that most businesses will be able to submit those electronically to us. Then the next piece is, how do I get that information out to them? Do they need to log into our system? Is there some other way? And I think Jim and I were working through some ideas, but I don't know that we've landed on anything. So I don't know if the regulation needs to change to address that in my mind. There's like one piece about proprietary information, but I've got a question to the Contract Corporation Council that is working with me on this, and I haven't heard back yet.
Great, thanks. That's a fantastic answer. I know that I think I've brought that question up to you before even, so it was interesting to have that. Because I have all those committees, the local emergency planning, the Homeland Security, the EMS, we talk about it all there. So I'm glad that you're on it, and anything we can do to share it with people who are going out to those places first, that's great. So thank you very much. Thank you for staying till 11:30.
Thanks.
We try to make it entertaining. Commissioner Robbie does have something for you though.
Yeah, I do. Just, something I said last time, I need a little bit more reassurance from you to help make me comfortable with this, that we're not reducing any kind of protections or regulations. I feel like, it feels like we are, but you're telling me that we're not, and I just need help, like,
Sure.
walking
So
across
let
the
me,
finish line here.
so the conversation we had last time when I came to working session was we are going to increase the minimum reporting amount to over 55 gallons. Prior to that, anyone between 5 and 55 gallons had to submit information to us that paper forms that went into a file that we didn't do anything with. I mean, we looked at it, we made sure that it seemed accurate. But beyond that, we didn't do inspections on those facilities. And so it was, and I will say the other piece of that is because the threshold was so low at over 5 gallons, and anyone right now can go to Home Depot and buy 5 gallons of paint in one bucket. It was probably a place there we were unable to consistently regulate in our community. And I have, we are not staffed to be able to go out to every community and knock on every door to determine whether or not they had that 5 to 55 gallons. So by increasing it, we felt like it would be a more equal playing field for those who were regulated. It would still address smaller quantities of the extremely hazardous substances. So we're not getting, we're not having less regulation on the really bad stuff. And so we're hoping that that also helps just reduce our overall workload and things that we're also trying to manage with a minimal staff that we're asking for.
And if I remember correctly, we didn't really add anything to the exemption list substantively.
Correct. Nothing
Because most of
substantive.
it
It
was
was just
already
things in
exempt.
practice, we just codified it.
Mhm. Okay. I'm just nervous about this one, but I think I'll support it. I trust you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just nervous. It's chemicals. I
Oh.
trust you.
Okay. Anybody else? I feel like it's good for a voice vote since it is a first read and it doesn't seem controversial. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yeah. You got the general gavel today, but next meeting, I'm going full force, maybe with double gavel. Great. Well, that thus concludes our Board of Commissioners meeting. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. That thus concludes the first reading items. Would somebody like to move the final reading, single reading, and approval of claims? Commissioner Scott's gonna give us a good reading here.
Thank you, Chair. The final reading items are A, a resolution approving the final recommendation of award recipients for RFP 8586 2024 New Human Services Partnership Mini Grants from the Office of Community and Economic Development. B, a resolution to approve all formula grants received by the Office of Community and Economic Development with the fiscal year starting during the 2024 calendar year from the Office of Community and Economic Development. C, a resolution ratifying the electronic application submission to the Michigan State Court Administrative Office for the fiscal year 2024 Michigan Drug Court Grant Program from the trial court. D, a resolution ratifying the electronic application submission to the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Office of Juvenile Justice in Delinquency Prevention for the fiscal year 2024 Family Treatment Court Grant from the trial court. E, a resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement contract for 1500 Sanford Road, Cheney Elementary School. Gosh, that was horrible. F, that was worse than the loud gavel. F, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to sign a contract for the abatement and demolition of the former Cheney School upon closing and transfer of the associated property to Washtenaw County. The single reading items are 3A, a resolution setting the 2024 Washtenaw County operating millage rate at 6.2433 from finance. Then we go to C, a resolution to recognize the ceremony at Highland Cemetery commemorating the service of Revolutionary War veteran Sergeant David Dupuy. A resolution, D, a resolution expressing appreciation to Ed Golombuski for his service to Washtenaw County. E, the supplemental, a resolution requesting that the Michigan legislature support the state Senate's local prosecutor support line item in the fiscal year 2025 budget and for the approval of claims.
All right. Well done. Thank you. Oh, anybody like to pull any for separate consideration? Looking. None. All right, well, we'll begin discussion here. Is Prosecutor Sabat still on the line? Well, thank you for hanging in there with us, Prosecutor Sabat. I'll get you out of the way now first. Why don't you go ahead and speak to your item here? Come on, let him in. He'll be here in a moment. Grand entrance. He appears, he's here.
I am here. Can you
Oh,
all
here.
hear me?
Thank
Yeah.
you. We can hear you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And I know the hour is late. I'll be brief. Effectively, the resolution that is before you is one that would seek to remedy, at least in part, what has been a statewide issue with prosecution. As the resolution states, over the past 10 or 15 years, it has just become more time consuming to prosecute each individual case. There is more work involved, in part because of body cameras, in part because of cell phone and digital evidence that is so common in virtually every case. And prosecutors' offices across the state really are struggling with workload and are understaffed, as the 2022 study by the Prosecuting Attorneys Association of Michigan indicated. So in the Senate right now, there is a line item that would seek to alleviate some of those issues by giving ongoing state funding to 15 counties. Fortunately, Washtenaw is one of those counties. We would stand to receive 2.7 million approximately annually if that line item goes through as proposed in the Senate budget. And one of the things, just to speak locally, that I would really like to do with that is build up our domestic violence unit. As I mentioned in the resolution, we used to have a unit with 5 specialized domestic violence prosecutors pursuant to a federal grant. That really is best practice. These are specialized cases. You want the same attorney on it from start to finish. But given staffing constraints, we just can't do that. We do that with the more serious domestic violence related cases, but it really should be done with every case. And domestic violence is the most commonly requested charge in Washtenaw County. So I hope that the commission will express their support for the Senate line item tonight, and that ideally it will get through, and some state money will flow into the county and the county prosecutor's office's coffers. And I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Well, thank you, and I certainly support it. That's why it's on here as a supplemental. Any questions for Prosecutor Sabat? No questions. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. All right, anybody have questions about any of the other items? Thoughts? I'm not seeing any. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and Bryce, let's do the thing.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott.
That's it. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Particularly excited for the next steps here with Cheney. We will look to do a very exciting groundbreaking in the very near future. We already did a report from the county administrator. No report from me tonight, friends. No items or any items for current and future discussion. Commissioner Beaman.
I just want to do a shout out. It's my son's 6th birthday. At least it is for the next 20 minutes. So happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I'm sorry that we kept your mom for as long as we did. I guess I do have one item for current or future discussion. I didn't mention this earlier, but I was able to participate in an event, and this may be a good lead up to one of our discussion items for next meeting. I was able to participate as a panelist for a solo aging event recently, which included a play about what it looks like to be a solo ager in Washtenaw County. So that's defined as a person who is a senior and is living on their own, largely with limited support from caregivers and other supports and lack of other supports. Really underscored our need here in Washtenaw County to have greater supports available for seniors. And then after that, there was a panel discussion that included me, one of the performers, Representative Jason Morgan, who some of you may know, and a solo ager in our community. So it was moderated by our friend Chris Libben from the Ann Arbor Community Foundation. So it was a really, really good event. And with that, we have no pending items. Anybody want to move us to adjourn? Second? All right, well, we're out of here.